Okay, now I can close this window. Excellent. Here. All right, here we go. Well, good morning and welcome everybody. My name is Carl Jacobs. I'm with the Recreation and Conservation Office. This is day one of Boating Facilities Program grant evaluation. So we're going to spend all day today and tomorrow looking at project proposals being presented by applicants, and we have a volunteer advisory panel here that helps us with all of the scoring of all these projects, which will result in a ranked list. And after the budget is adopted, we'll be funding projects starting July. So welcome, everybody. Thank you for being here. I will get the first presentation pulled up for City of Des Moines. There we go. Andrew, can you see that okay?
I can. And then do I advance the slides or do you advance the slides?
I'm going to give you remote control, but if you have any issues with it, just let me know right away and I can do it for you. But it usually works okay. So I'm just turn my camera off. Okay, now click on the slide and you should be able to take control of that. Yep. Looks like, all right, looks like it's working.
All right, perfect.
So go right ahead whenever you're ready.
All right, good morning. My name is Andrew Murgis and I serve as the Public Works Director for the City of Des Moines. I'm excited to present the Redondo Boat Launch Restroom Facility project to you and the public to ensure this regional asset meets the needs for generations to come. This project targets the RCO boating facilities funding opportunity and focuses on the construction of a new public restroom, integrates with the boat wash station that exists, and ensures increased public accessibility. The project site is only one of three in South Puget Sound that provides public saltwater access between Tacoma and Seattle. The other two, Point Defiance and Don Emeni, are approximately 22 miles away to the south and to the north. The project site in the Redondo neighborhood of Des Moines ensures multimodal transportation accessibility and is in close proximity to I-5 and State Routes 99 and 509. The proposed restroom is planned to be part of the existing boat launch parking lot that currently exists. There is an existing public restroom facility serving the boat launch, built in 1982, now 41 years old, and has greatly exceeded its expected service life. It currently resides on timber piles over the nearshore tidelands of Puget Sound, and as can be expected, the facility is deteriorating and is greatly impacted by tidal influences. There are structural failures of the building and deteriorating of the timber piles. This picture here is a typical high king tide or a winter storm impact event where you can see saltwater inundating the existing facility, the adjacent sidewalks, and the roadway. These few photographs show the structural concrete masonry unit damage or CMU damage and the ongoing timber pile deterioration by the reduced section near the sand or the tidelands. For context of the project area, this image shows the existing restroom adjacent to the boat launch, fishing pier, and boat launch parking lot. Nearby is Highline College's Mast Center Aquarium and Wooten Park. There are no other public restroom facilities in the vicinity of the boat launch parking lot. So when the existing is deemed unsafe and permanently closed, there will be a significant sanitation problem for users of the boat launch. Overall, the proposed use remains the same. The existing restrooms will be closed and the new ones reopened that meet ADA standards. Please note that the demolition of the existing restroom facility is not part of this grant request. That activity will occur as part of the fishing pier replacement project and associated permits. The proposed restroom facility site is well suited for boating users. The proposed location maximizes the use of an improved site that easily accommodates the need. The largest impact is the removal of a few non-boat trailer parking stalls. This new location is also on an existing pedestrian path and does not create the need for access improvements. It creates and ties the boat launch, pier, crosswalk, and parking lot into a cohesive pedestrian and visual corridor while maintaining existing vehicular circulation and operations. No major earthwork activities will occur as part of this project. This is an image of the proposed restroom building sited within the existing parking lot. The existing restroom is to your left or westward about 200 to 300 feet. As you can see, there's minimal parking lot disruption besides the removal of a few non-boat trailer parking stalls. It is adjacent to the boat wash station and is in close proximity to the boat launch itself. As previously shown, the existing land use adjacent to the boat launch parking lot is Wooten Park, the fishing pier, and the boardwalk. There are no other public restrooms nearby to accommodate the boat launch use. Natural features adjacent to the facility include good fishing about 100 yards to the west, which sees salmon, sole, perch, squid, and other species. Across the sound to the west is Robinson Point, which is considered to be one of the Puget Sound's top southern fisheries. Regional crabbing is also prevalent here during the summer and autumn seasons. The city did review alternative locations in regards to the proposed placement of the restroom facility. One was option A in this figure that focused on replacement in the existing location, but that was not selected due to environmental considerations and the city's commitment to improve environmental outcomes. In fact, it is highly unlikely that federal permitting agencies would allow such use within the nearshore environment again. The preferred location, option B, focuses on the boat launch user groups utilizing the formal parking lot. In regards to project urgency, the city closes the existing restroom facility intermittently due to operation and maintenance issues, definitely attributable to its age. With RCO funding support, the city is targeting a 2024 project completion. Without additional partnerships, the city will need to continue to seek funding opportunities and the project will be further delayed. This image captures the proposed restroom in relation to the parking lot and boat wash-off station. It also demonstrates continued connectivity by means of an established walkway and crosswalk to the boat launch and fishing pier. Through council and public outreach direction, this is the rendering of the proposed restroom facility. It takes into account public safety, cost, and materials to ensure context-sensitive design as recommended by the city's master plan guidance for new construction. There will be a reduced level of maintenance required. It will incorporate crime prevention through environmental design or CPTED methodologies, provide universally accessible and user-friendly features, and is designed to discourage undesirable behaviors, which will become an increasing challenge for the city as recreational activities are experiencing a dramatic influx of participants. Users will not be able to barricade themselves in. Opaque windows will bring in abundant daylight, and interior lights will be on motion detectors, signaling if occupants are in the facility after hours. The facility will also incorporate the parking kiosk and informational bulletin boards into the structure, as well as the incorporation of 2 external diver wash-off stations. As previously mentioned, the proposed stalls will be accessible, ADA compliant, and unisex to allow the most versatility. The city is 75% complete with design and permitting efforts are underway. Anticipated costs of the project total $1.6 million, which includes engineering, architecture, site and utility preparation, final permits, and structure construction costs. As noted in the project funding application, these costs have been prorated based on user type, which are boater versus non-boater. These costs are in line with recent bid openings, such as the new restroom facility at the city's marina to the north. As mentioned, CPTED methodologies have been used in design, and the end results have provided a consolidation of boater facilities with no change in use. Good access from the sound for boater and diver wash-off areas, excellent access to user vehicles, reduction of hazards for pedestrians, no new unanticipated pedestrian routes are just some of the project desired outcomes. The project is ready to go. The city is at 90% civil design, 75% architectural design, and permitting is underway. The proposal is purposely designed to meet the needs of boat users while targeting low cost and maintenance of materials. The project has also proposed the use of cross-laminated timber construction, which is new and innovative in the US, providing sustainable building materials that are lighter, fire resistant, exhibit better thermal properties, reduce construction labor due to faster installation, and it provides a cleaner, drier construction site. There are no extraordinary or unique architectural and engineering efforts required for this proposal, and there's no anticipated environmental mitigation required. The city conducted public surveys, engaged council committees in actions, as well as provided project updates in the city's quarterly news, City Currents. This is a top priority in many of the city's comprehensive plans and approved annual capital improvement plan budgets. The city's current project team has delivered many public capital investments in partnership with many stakeholders. Led by Exotech Consulting and supported by a great team, including Merrick Lentz Architecture, this project will be no different. And I'd like to note as well that the cultural resources portion or the cultural resources documents have also been prepared for the project and are being reviewed by the various permitting agencies. This project with the proposed new restroom facility site within the boat launch parking lot will improve ecological function of the surrounding area, improve controlling the spread of invasive aquatic plants, utilize sustainable building materials, and reduce energy and water consumption. This project provides public access to the region's most important asset, Puget Sound, in a safe, clean, and needed manner. The restrooms are universally accessible, provide increased site and pedestrian safety, reduced O&M costs, and supports the local and regional economies. The city cannot stress the ecological benefit of the project with the enhancements to the nearshore environment by siting the restroom upland. Boaters, the environment, and the public will all benefit from the project. And current permitting partners that we've been working with so far have all supported the move of the restroom facility from the current on nearshore habitat to an upland location. This project serves boats on trailer users, maintains existing boat launch and ancillary facilities, and increases their respective usability. In conclusion, this project ensures the restroom facilities that are available for the heavy use the Redondo boat launch experiences. The existing restroom could fail at any time, and these proposed improvements coincide with the RCO support for the boat launch float replacement project currently underway, and the 2 Washington State legislative direct appropriations supporting the fishing pier replacement project. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be glad to take any questions.
Great, thank you, Andrew. Do you want to speak just a little bit to readiness? You've got a little time left, and you have a slide here.
Yeah, you bet. So I kind of alluded to it in the presentation. Right now, we are about the 75% architectural design level. We're submitting for building permits. The site civil work is about 90%, and the environmental permits we're expected to get here in the next few months through further coordination. So the city's anticipated timeline would coincide with the fishing pier replacement to try to bundle the restroom project and the fishing pier projects together to try to see if we can achieve an economy of scale and get these projects under construction in the next fish window this fall, running through the middle of 2024 with an opening probably next summer.
Okay, great. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, looks like maybe a question from Linda. Go ahead, Linda.
Hi. On your slide, I think it was one of the first ones for your project design, number 4. The floor plan shows this section of the building that's labeled Security City Annex. Is that essentially, it's the slide prior to this, is that a police substation or what is that?
So that, yes and no. So through the public and council process for review and the committee meetings, there was a desire by the community at large, as well as the council, to provide a space for city services, whether that be O&M related, like materials, things like that. But there was interest in providing a police substation during the heavy summer usage of the area. Now, that is the idea, and the council wanted to not preclude that use with this facility in the parking lot. We've seen an increase in crime, an increase in drug use, an increase in violent activity down in Redondo, especially when the boat launch is fully utilized. So this incorporates a response to that need that I think will come to fruition once this is built.
So I have to wonder about prorating this project. You have it at 18% based on the parking lot. And I wonder if it should be more, considering that's almost a third of the building and the other users of the facilities, not just prorating it based on parking.
Sure.
Is that discussion had?
Yeah, so I did work with the RCO counterpart for the project, chatted through how to prorate this, and we also took into account the O&M portion of this restroom facility and the boat launch itself. And currently, the facilities down there do not have a area or storage area for city staff to work out of to maintain the boat launch facilities as a whole. We don't have a shed. We don't have things like that down there to accommodate that. So part of this building and the restroom brings that ability for our staff to daily maintain this restroom and the parking lot itself for the boat launch. So instead of currently seeing trucks and staff parking on the street to conduct business, this is a consolidation of services as well too.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Linda. And I know we did work with the city pretty closely on proration, and some prorations are a little more complicated than others, but I know that you worked a lot with Haley, and I remember talking about this one too. And there's notes, you'll note in the budget that the costs have been prorated. So good question. Lowell, go ahead.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I can, yes.
Okay. So you talked about the wash station. I'm wondering what's going to happen with the wash water. Is it draining into Puget Sound, or did you have some sort of stormwater collection? You didn't mention that. I just was going to ask about that.
So yeah, so that's a great question. So the wash off area, or let's go to a site.
Trying to find the site plan.
Drawing here really quick. So the restroom, yeah, so you can see the boat wash off station, and ultimately what we do is during this project is redo the sidewalk and consolidate the hose bib and those utilities out there. This project does not propose to impact the actual driving or wash off infrastructure in that boat wash off lane. It's more or less a consolidation of those services to do that activity.
So it's the same as it was before. I guess I'm curious, if the water goes straight to the sound.
Yeah, I mean, right now, the boat wash facility is managed by the marina and the infrastructure for that. I'm not totally versed in that.
Okay.
But that was not part of the scope that we looked at for the restroom replacement here.
All righty. Thanks.
Thanks, Lowell. So no change essentially to how it's being handled now.
Yeah, it's more like I said, the ancillary hose bibs, the actual stuff the boaters use to wash off the boats, that gets consolidated. But where the boat sits and where that water goes, the treatment facilities that currently exist aren't proposed to see a change.
Okay, great. Any other questions or clarifications needed on this project? All right, I don't see any other hands. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you for your time and enjoy the rest of the day.
All right, thanks. All right, folks, why don't you just take half a minute or so to finish making sure you got scores entered on that project for all the criteria. And I will get transitioned to our next project. So Port Angeles. Hey, Jesse.
Yeah, how's it going?
Good. Welcome.
No, thank you.
Get this one pulled up for you. All right. Folks ready to move on? If not, let me know. Just want to make sure you got that last one scored. All right. I don't see any hands. Great. All right. Well, Jesse's here from Port Angeles for our next project. Jesse, I'm going to stop my video, hand you remote control. See if you can take that now. You might have to click on the screen once. There it goes.
Oh, it looks like it's working. That's great.
All right, we'll go right ahead whenever
Yep.
you're ready.
Yeah, I'll jump right in. Good morning, everybody. My name is Jesse Walknitz. The environmental manager at the Port of Port Angeles. Glad to be here on day one. Today, the port's applying for a development grant to replace the boat launch boarding float at John Wayne Marina. Total project cost is estimated at $343,000. A little information about the actual location of the project. The project's located in eastern Clallam County within the city of Sequim. The marina is located and the project site is located about an hour west of Bremerton and the Kitsap Peninsula and about 2 to 3 hours west of the Puget Sound metro area. So the actual marina and the project site sits right along Sequim Bay, which is within the city limits of the city of Sequim, and directly to the north is the Strait of Juan de Fuca. A little information about the actual marina. The John Wayne Marina is a port-owned and operated public facility. It was constructed by the port in the 1980s on land donated by the actor John Wayne and his family. The marina has approximately 300 slips. It also includes showers, restrooms, picnic areas, beach access, and ample parking. The public restrooms that the users of the boat launch are utilized is located directly adjacent to the boat launch on the first floor of the harbor master's office. This is very convenient. And then also directly north of the boat launch is a public picnic area, which is very popular. And then on the south side of the marina, there is also an additional picnic area and a beach access at the mouth of Johnson Creek. And this is also very popular in the summer months. So the actual project site is the existing boat launch at the marina. The existing boat launch is a 2-lane concrete boat launch, and the existing boarding float is 174 feet long by 8 feet wide. So under criterion 1, a need for the facility, kind of inventory and a little description of the service area. The boat ramp is one of 8 boat launch facilities in eastern Clallam County and northern Jefferson County. On the slide here, the project site is the red star, and then the other kind of adjacent boat launch facilities are the smaller yellow stars. The actual project boat launch is the only one in the area that's protected by breakwater, so the launch floats are in year-round. It's also usable really at all tides, and the facility has the actual project facility has ample paved parking for boats and boat trailers. So also under criterion 1, need recreational boating demand. The boat launch is popular with recreational boaters with about 1,500 a day and 750 annual ramp passes sold in 2021. The facility is in close proximity to the populations of Sequim and the Dungeness Valley. And the Olympic Peninsula also sees many visiting boaters during the busy recreational halibut, salmon, and crab seasons that usually run from spring through the fall in the area. So also under criterion 1, kind of the existing conditions. The existing float was installed in 1985 during the construction of the marina. It was really nearing the end of its useful life. The decking, framing, and styrofoam flotation has deteriorated past the point where kind of routine repair and maintenance is the solution for the long-term utilization of this boat launch float. The float was partially refurbished in 2004 with some new decking and framing. This work definitely prolonged the useful life of the float, but a new float system is now needed, and the existing float system needs to be replaced. So criterion 2, site suitability, the facility. The existing site is an excellent recreational facility because there is a 2-lane concrete ramp. The existing and proposed boarding float will be 174 feet in length and 8 feet wide. This provides ample staging area for boats going in and out of the water and really keeps things moving during kind of the busy fishing seasons at the area. The facility is also protected by the marina breakwater for year-round use. And adjacent to the boat launch, there's a 52 pull-through vehicle and trailer parking spaces. Also, like I said, there's a public restroom on the first floor of the Harbor's Master's office. There's picnic areas and also beach access. And so for recreation, the facility provides convenient access for boats on trailers to the protected waters of Sequim Bay for crabbing, and then also to the Strait of Juan de Fuca for salmon and halibut fishing. So criterion 4, project design. Like I said, the existing float was installed in 1985 and is of a treated timber construction with styrofoam filled tire flotation. The proposed replacement float would maintain the same footprint, but be constructed with metal framing, graded decking, and poly tub flotation. Also, part of this project would be the replacement of the access wedge or ramp at the head of the float. The proposed replacement wedge will be increased in length from the existing 9 feet to 12 feet in length. And this should provide a slope of maybe 4 to 8% on that access ramp. We'll definitely try to keep the float below 30 inches in height so we can meet those slopes. So criterion 6, sustainability. Replacement of the float will have environmental benefit because it will reduce shading, remove copper from the marine environment, and really it maintains the existing facility in a developed boat basin. There'll be no expansion as part of this project. And also through the permitting process with the National Marine Fisheries Services, we utilize their new conservation calculator, and through this calculator, the port has proposed to purchase 17 conservation credits to offset the estimated project impacts over the next 20 to 30 years on the marine environment. These credits or this funding would be utilized by the Puget Sound Partnership to fund habitat conservation and projects within the region, likely in the region, the North Strait of Juan de Fuca. So here's a detailed description of the project cost estimate. Total project is estimated at $343,000. And this includes a demo of the existing float. We would utilize port labor for this item. And then we would purchase a new float and access ramp materials through just an open request for quotes. And then the port labor or port facility maintenance crews would install the new floats and reconstruct the access ramp or wedge. This cost estimate also includes the purchase of those mitigation credits at $24,000 and includes a cultural resource survey if needed. Likely this won't be needed because through the Army Corps of Engineers permitting process, Section 106 has already been completed. And the project estimate also includes a 10% contingency and about a 4.5% per year escalation cost, which we've noticed recently is very important when you're estimating projects. And so then also under criterion 7, cost and benefit. The project benefits our community and region by maintaining public access to the marine waters, while at the same time reducing the environmental footprint compared to the existing float system. These benefits outweigh the cost of the project, as public access to our shorelines and waterways is important and must be maintained. So criterion 8, boats on trailers. This project's really only purpose is to serve boats on trailers. When complete, the project will continue to provide a great facility for boats on trailers and their access and enjoyment of Swim Bay and then the greater Strait of Juan de Fuca. A little more about the facility. The project will maintain a great boating facility to serve the public well for 37 years. The proposed new floats are an important part of maintaining this great boating experience. And like I said, all the services are already in place at this boat launch with a 2-lane concrete ramp. The ramp is good at all tides, protected for year-round use. There's 52 trailer parking spots directly adjacent to the boat launch. There's public restrooms and then picnic areas to the north and south of the facility. So under criterion 10, readiness, the permitting and procurement documents are nearing completion. The Army Corps of Engineers permit is in process. Under that permit, the Section 106 is complete. The Water Quality 401 compliance is complete. Really the outstanding, element is the endangered species review. That's in process, and the port has been in direct consultation and communication with the services and has proposed the purchase of those 17 conservation credits. So hopefully that will smooth the process along and we'll obtain that permit in the next month or so. And so also the state HPA has been completed. The shoreline permit is in hand, and the SEPA determination has also been completed. And also part of this project includes port facility maintenance crews demolishing the existing float and installing the new float. The port crew has a lot of experience in, installation of floats at our other facilities, at Port Angeles Boat Haven, which is about a 400 slip marina in Port Angeles, and then also at John Wayne Marina, which is about a 300 slip. So the crew is experienced and ready to go for that work. Proposed schedule would be float procurement and fabrication in the 3rd and 4th quarter of 2023, with a float installation in the 1st quarter of 2024. This would align perfect with the use of the facility. We could get the work done in the winter months and it'd be ready to go for the busy spring and summer fishing seasons. So I appreciate your time and allow me to give this presentation. Any questions?
Great, thank you, Jesse. Questions on this project? Lowell, go ahead.
Yeah, great presentation. Looks like a great project. Happy to see it's going forward or may go forward depending on funding. My question is about those piles that are there. Why didn't you just go ahead and replace those at the same time, and kind of what your plan is for replacing those in the future? Like what's the life of your pilings?
Yeah, so those I think there's 3 to 4 guide piles there. They're 12-inch creosote treated piles. They're in a decent condition. And so really the plan is when we need in the next 10 plus years, when we're replacing the actual floats at the marina, we'll replace those piles at that time. That way we didn't have to mobilize either a land-based crane or a water-based derrick out here to do that work. It really keeps the cost down at this time.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks for answer there. Thank you.
Thanks, Lowell. All right, other questions from the committee or any clarifications needed? All right, I don't see any other hands. Last call. All right, I think we're good. Well, thank you, Jesse, for joining us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. Have a good day and enjoy your week.
All right, thank you. You too.
Yeah, bye.
All right, so committee members just finish scoring that one. I'll get the next one queued up. Port of Paulsbo, and I see, it looks like John is here, Carol is here. Tom is here, one of the commissioners. Thank you all for joining us. John, I think you're presenting this one.
Yeah, good morning, Carl. I am presenting this one.
Okay, great. Good morning. All right, everyone ready to move on? Looks like we're good. Got the next one queued up. Got a thumbs up. Thanks, Shane. All right, John, same routine as usual. I'm gonna stop my video, pass you remote control. If it doesn't work for whatever reason, just let me know and I'll advance your slides, but go ahead and click on the screen, see if you can take control of that.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, got it.
All right, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, well, good morning. This request is for transient moorage improvements at the Port of Paulsbo. And the E&F dock transient moorage in particular are extremely popular moorage facilities. They're located in Liberty Bay. However, the facilities were originally constructed too close to the shoreline. So there's a significant need around this project related to float grounding and navigation disruptions. Excuse me, there we go. You can see in these photos just what I mean when I say significant need. The left-hand photo there shows part of the headwalk where moorage is available. There's actually 760 lineal feet of moorage there that effectively becomes unusable when the tide falls below approximately a +3. That center photo there shows the port's fuel barge also on the inland end of the facility. And that photo in the center was taken at only about a 0 tide. And you can see that the fuel barge is already listing over to one side. Suffice to say, when we get the really low tides at -3 and even sometimes approaching -4, this becomes a scary sight and a major concern and motivator for this project for the port. Just to the right of that fuel barge is also the port's pump out dock that also grounds. And then you can see in the right-hand photo, not only how steep that gangway is when the tide is out, but that photo was taken on the right there at about a -2 tide. So not only are our floats high and dry sitting on the substrate, but all of the utilities come along the docks and congregate in that area before they go up the gangway. Biggest concerns, of course, are electrical, gasoline, diesel, sewage, all transitioning through that area where the floats are grounding. And we've already seen some pretty significant damage to some of the floats, most notably where things float underneath the docks and then those docks go down during the tide cycle. We've actually seen some of the concrete floats completely break. So you can understand, I'm sure, the concern if that were to occur with some of those utility lines. The project would meet the needs simply by moving this entire facility out waterward 30 feet. And you can see the existing and proposed location in this figure. Just 30 feet would eliminate the risk to not only the fuel barge and pump out facility, but it would also prevent all of those docks from grounding. It would enable the entire facility to remain open even when the tide is out, which it is not, the port's not able to do that now. And it creates enough room for a proper gangway. Currently, we only have a 50-foot gangway in there, which is not ADA accessible. The other thing I want to mention relative to need is the use of this facility. E&F dock are consistently booked out during the summer months, year after year. And the port actually, on average, logs nearly 6,000 boat nights per year. So very popular facility. Overall, it's in very good condition and the port's kept up with maintenance and improvements, including a new fire suppression system just this past year. But that grounding is a major issue. And for that reason, this is actually surfaced as the port's #1 priority currently. Looking at the project from a site suitability standpoint, the port has a long history, especially in recent years, of improving this facility for transient boaters. In 2021, we completed a new trailer boat launch ramp. Again, last year, all of the fire suppression system throughout E&F dock was completely replaced and upgraded. There's also in 2023 a new large boat transient moorage facility that will become available and replace the old breakwater that you see in this aerial here. So what that does is it allows the larger boats to move out onto the new facility and greatly increases all that high demand small boat moorage area on E&F dock. I think one of the reasons that the facility is just so suitable for transient boaters is the proximity to downtown Poulsbo. It offers so much in the way of shopping, restaurants, etc. The port holds year-round events here, and E&F dock are really at the heart of it. The E-dock gangway exits right into Waterfront Park, and all of this is literally within a 1-minute walk of the docks. The other thing that makes it such a suitable site is its location at the head of Liberty Bay. It really provides a nice safe haven for transient boaters. Throughout the summer, the waters are actually warm enough to support swimming and every type of water sport really imaginable. And it's a fairly short run as well from the marina through protected waters to quite a good number of fine fishing and crabbing spots as well. So very suitable site for transient moorage. Looking at the project design, again, we would move the entire facility 30 feet waterward. That gets everything into deep enough water with current depths to eliminate the issues I described. And as it turns out, there are 88 total piles supporting this facility, and 51 of them can actually be reused. They realign with the new footprint. The other 37 creosote piles would be replaced with new steel piles, and the 50-foot non-ADA gangway would be replaced with a proper 80-foot gangway. Looking a little bit closer at the inland end of the facility, you might wonder, well, why does the port not dredge? And the reason is, again, it's close proximity to the shoreline, and in particular, the rock bulkhead wall along the shoreline. We're worried about undermining that wall. So moving things 30 feet out gives us the adequate depths we need for the facility. It also, although no dredging's proposed here or needed soon, if it were needed in the future, we could actually do maintenance dredging out at that location. Answering sustainability related to this project, there's a long list of ecological benefits, not the least of which are the continuous impacts to the substrate, and of course, the risk of a break in either the fuel or sewage lines. But looking at sustainability from an economical and social perspectives, these two docks are really a key component of the waterfront park and all the social and economic activities that happen between downtown Poulsbo and the port of Poulsbo. So the facility is not just a key revenue generator for the port, it's really a key revenue generator for the local community as well, simply because so many visitors are coming via boat. Cost benefit, again, a lot to speak to here. Certainly, the cost of high maintenance that is already occurring and reduced useful life ultimately of that facility. But one of the big items really is the risks that I mentioned associated with the fuel barge and the pump out facilities. So a primary benefit is really maintaining those safer operational depths for the entire facility. Certainly a lot of current costs associated with ecological impacts that would be solved and a benefit of this project. But another big benefit in my mind, specifically to BFP users, is the accessibility of the facility as a whole. Currently, not only is vessel accessibility compromised, so is pedestrian facility. So the benefit here would be that we would be able to maintain use during all tide cycles for both the inland boat moorage as well as ADA accessibility throughout. The requested funds would fully serve boats on trailers. You can see the metrics in this table here. The total project costs have been prorated for a request from RCO of $548,000. And this next slide kind of gives a sense of not only how transient moorage works at the Port of Poulsbo, but how we've arrived at that proration. You can see in green there, E and F dock were really originally designed and intended for smaller boat moorage, with most of the slips being 30-foot slips. In the past, a lot of larger boats have come in there, but that'll be alleviated with the new large boat transient moorage opening this spring. So the bottom table there shows total number of slips and lineal footage. We conservatively estimated 61% would serve motor vessels 26 and under. And that was also supported by going back through several years of port records and looking at the actual boats that were paying for moorage. The boating experience here is really just fabulous. If you haven't been here, it just offers a transient boater everything they could want, from restrooms to boat launch and parking, all the venues that you'd be interested in, fuel, pump out, of course, full-time marina staff. So everything that you'd want is here. And this project really enhances that overall experience threefold. First, 760 lineal feet of moorage becomes available full-time instead of just during the high tides. The fuel dock and pump out is also not only available full-time, but we eliminate those concerns that I mentioned with that facility grounding out. And then, of course, we have room to install a proper ADA gangway and provide the accessibility that we need. Looking at the readiness of this project, we are ready to go to construction during the 23/24 in-water work window. This really has surfaced as an important port priority, and we advanced the engineering through 60% last year so that we could get all of our permits submitted. They're all submitted, and in fact, the HPA is a maintenance HPA, which we already have. We already have confirmation on our shoreline exemption permit, and we're simply waiting on our federal permits. And I don't expect a long lead time at the federal level, simply because every aspect of this project fits within the SNAP or the nearshore programmatic. So it should be a very streamlined federal process. The port did allocate everything that they could into their 2023 budget for this, but there is still a bit of a shortfall, hence the grant request. But if funding were approved through RCO to make up that difference, again, I do think we would be fully ready in the 2023-2024 in-water work window. And with that, I'll conclude, and I'd love to talk about it more if there are any questions.
Hey, John, we lost your audio there right at the end. I couldn't hear. I heard you say you'd be fully ready.
I'm sorry, Carl.
Oh, there you are. Now I can hear you.
Yeah, you cut out there for some reason. Go ahead and restate the question.
Oh, we lost your audio. I heard you say kind of wrap up readiness. I think, oh, Shane, you said you heard him okay? Maybe it was just on my end. Okay, I think you were just transitioning to this slide for questions.
Okay, yeah, just in short, I was saying that we've prepared and fast-tracked everything, and we really do believe we'll have all permits and be ready during the 2023-24 in-water work window.
Okay, excellent. All right, thanks, John. Questions from the committee? Linda, go ahead.
Hi.
Hi.
I had a question about users. If your boat is under 30 feet, the cost to come into this dock is based on 30 feet, or is it on the boat length?
In the past, it was based on 30 feet. The port has really struggled with the high demand associated with this facility. Again, it's every year booked out. And so effectively what happens is people want to pay for a full 30-foot slip, even if they have, say, a 25-foot boat, just because they really want the slip here. My suspicion is that once the new large boat facility comes online, the port's going to be looking at their policies associated with the entire facility and how they divvy up charges for, you know, everything from 18 feet on through 75 feet.
Okay. And then if there's a less than all day stay, like about 4 hours, that's a set rate.
I believe so. Yeah, I'd have to check on. I think if it's less than 4, I'd have to check on that. I think that might not even be charged. Whether that's official or unofficial, I'm unsure, but I think that can be a reality many times during the year.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Great, thanks, Linda. Shane, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Shane Belson, Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Yeah, Shane.
Hey, 2 questions. First one is, if it has to be closed with sort of like even a moderately low tide cycle, how often does that happen? Seems like it would be pretty frequent. Is it just like a closure just for like a portion of a day, but it has to be done regularly?
Yeah, and it all depends really on what's happening and what the tide is. You know, if you get out to, let's say, a 0 tide, then most of this entire inland headwalk and the fuel facility and stuff is closed to larger boats. If you got a small enough boat, you can probably still get in there, and the port would allow that. Once you get out past -2, really at -1.5 or 2, I don't think it would be reasonable to get anything in there other than, you know, perhaps a dinghy. So it's kind of I guess in effect a gradual closure that happens based on how far the tide's going out and how big the vessel is.
Okay, I was thinking maybe it had to be closed because the sort of that lateral, like the landing area is, you know, resting crooked because it's bottomed out, and so people can't walk up and down the gangway. So that's not really the case.
Well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't close because of that. That is a really big concern, but if the port were to close that, it would effectively close the entire facility because everyone has to transition that headwalk. So
Yeah, that's
in
okay.
reality,
That's
what happens is people are walking along those floats while they're completely grounded out.
Okay.
Some of them do list pretty bad to one side.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that makes sense now. My second question is, rather than just losing like the first slip by bumping that big section out, it looks like you're opting to just shift everything outward. What was the calculus for deciding to just slide the whole structure out rather than just sacrificing, you know, sort of the landward side? Was it pretty much an engineering? I'm probably not fully understanding.
Yeah.
What that would be, or is it an engineering question?
Well, I think it's more than an engineering question. I mean, I think it factors into the entire decision. So, you know, what we're able to do is we're able to take the entire floating facility as it is now and move that as one big single piece, right? So there's no need to dismantle and dispose of a portion of the facility. We just move it all out. As I said, 51 of the pile that are there will realign with a new finger pier. So we actually only have to replace, I think, 37 total pile to make this happen. So it's construction wise, it's actually a fairly simple project. And then, you know, there's other factors too. Again, this is truly a very high demand moorage facility. So reducing the available moorage was never an intent of the project. It was to make it all available. So we didn't want to give up any of the slips to solve this grounding issue.
Okay, so it sounds like, you know, rather than just sort of like retrofitting it, just do it the right way and just shift the whole thing outward and you don't lose anything. Okay. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah,
Okay. That's sounds good to me. Thank you.
sure.
Great, thanks, Shane. Other questions or clarifications needed from the committee? All right, I don't see any other hands. So I think we're good. John, thank you very much. And others for joining us. John, I think you have the next project, but we are scheduled for a break just a few minutes ahead of schedule, but we'll just stay on schedule. So we'll be back here at 11:25 for the
Okay.
Port of Illahee project.
Good. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thanks. All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. Moving on to the Port of Illahee. This one. All right, there we go. And looks like, John, you are back to present this one.
I am, yep, I'm here.
There, all right. Turn off my video, give you control. All right, there you go. See if you can take that now.
Okay, yeah, looks like I do have control.
All right, well, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, again, well, good morning once again. This grant request is the Port of Illahee's request for the purpose of repairing and replacing a number of severely deteriorated piles supporting the public pier at the port's facilities. You can see the metrics in this overview slide, total RCO request of $191,000. The need around this project is already reached a very critical state. It did sneak up on the port a little bit in 2022. The port determined that they'd like to have a full structural assessment on the existing pier. And what that assessment found was that while most of the pier was in adequate to good condition, there were 20 pile in particular that were either completely failed or are in process of failing now. And none of those are even currently structurally adequate to support the pier as it should be. So they need to be replaced immediately, just simply to keep this facility safe and open to the public. You can see the top two photos there. There's on the left a timber pile that's completely rotted out from the inside in the typical fashion that old timber pile degrade. The other thing that's unusual about this, though, is that there are actually 10 concrete columns supporting this pile, or this pier, excuse me, and they're columns, not piles, that were apparently cast in place. And what has recently happened is there's large areas of those concrete pile spalling off and exposing the steel reinforcing within the pile, which I think it's self-explanatory why that's a really bad situation in the marine environment. So this project would meet the need simply by replacing all 20 of those concrete and timber piles with new steel piles in the locations that you can see on this graphic. The need, though, goes beyond simply supporting the pier. During the 2020 grant cycle, Illahee applied and was successful in securing some RCO funds as well as a significant amount of their own funds that have been saved for some time to improve a number of BFP aspects, including new moorage as well as parking and repair to the small boat launch and other upland facilities, as well as some ALEA funding for additional parking and a new fishing dock. You can see in this schematic here, the pier really is a critical component to making all of that work as planned. So the hope is to combine this renovation of the pier with the other planned improvements happening in late 2023. This was all very well vetted during the 2020 comprehensive planning process, and the port did include it in their comp plan, and they have very strong support from the local community and quite a good number of survey responses. Looking at site suitability, I guess in particular, I would mention the key here is the location of this facility relative to the water body. It's been a shoreline access point for well over 100 years and actually operated as a Washington port since 1922. The site becomes even more suitable, especially for BFP users, once the planned improvements are completed later this year, including, like I said, the parking and moorage components of the overall site. If you look at site suitability from an overall water body perspective, One of the reasons that Illahee continuously sees boats either for the day or weekend typically tying up here is it's only about 10 minutes by water from Kitsap County's most heavily used trailer boat launch. It's ideally located within a popular water body, a lot of popular fishing and crabbing locations within a short run of the docks, including just straight out from the docks. So very suitable site for a small moorage facility. The project design has been on a fast track since we learned of the condition of these piles. The goal was to incorporate it with the other planned improvements. So we did the preliminary engineering immediately following the inspection that occurred last year. Permits were all submitted, and those have now been completed and issued. So this project is 100% permitted right now to proceed with construction. The port did allocate as much as they could to funding. They are still a little bit short. So that is the remaining hurdle to making this happen. But if funding is secured, we would be ready to move forward pretty quickly and integrate this project design with the other planned improvements. The goals specific to the pier project were pretty simple. The port wanted to maximize service life and minimize the routine maintenance on the timber piles that support the majority of the pier. So we'll install all new steel piles, typically 40 plus useful life in years, and also, significantly better from an environmental impact perspective. In relation to the sustainability, again, the ecological factors are pretty obvious. We can remove a bunch more creosote piles from Port Orchard Bay. Socially speaking, though, this is a historic access point. And if you're familiar with it or ever been down there, you really know how much socially goes on, both with the community and visiting boaters, particularly on the weekends. It's just a great little hub of activity. Economically speaking, the goal here, as it always has been with the port, is really to maximize the public investment. I'm speaking both to the past investments related to the pier as well as future upcoming public investments. Putting in steel piling, I think, certainly accomplishes that goal. Addressing the cost benefit, I think paramount, number one in my mind, would certainly be public safety. If this project is left unattended or can't be completed, I really don't see how the port would be able to continue to have that pier open, given that it's structurally compromised. The monetary costs of renovating it with steel pile is actually very minimal, especially relative to a new pier. So, minimal financial cost, and then we maintain a popular public access as well. And then again, there's the extending the useful life of the pier, which goes a long way when you're looking at the cost benefit of this. These funds would be completely used for boats on trailers. During the 2020 grant cycle, we spent a lot of time discussing with our grant manager the appropriate way to prorate this overall project, knowing that not all of it would benefit BFP users. Some folks are simply coming there for non-motorized activities and fishing, etc. And we arrived at a 50% proration based on that former analysis. And we've simply carried that forward into this request. So you can see total project cost is $510,000 to replace these piles. And the port is requesting from RCO total funds of $191,000. The boating experience at the Port of Illahee, although kind of a small and out of the way port, it's really an exceptional place to spend the day or the weekend. I already spoke some to the water body benefits and how it's located relative to fishing and scenery. But the really great experience here that's different from a lot of places is the convenience. especially for the populations of Silverdale and Bremerton. The Port of Ilihe is just very, very convenient. It's quick access for those that want to spend, even a half day out on the water. Those that don't have the ability or time to travel a good distance, as well as those coming from the east side of the Sound and kind of want to get away from the crowds just for the day and get into some more pristine sheltered waters. So it really offers a lot for a small port in the way of boating convenience. From a readiness perspective, again, this was a very urgent and not anticipated need. So we did fast track things last year. The inspection, of course, is fully complete. That fueled into the engineering. All the preliminary work is done. So we understand what we're doing. We know it's feasible. All that really remains is to prepare construction documents and bid documents. Again, all permits are fully issued at this point. So we're ready to proceed if the port can secure funding in time to include this project along with the other planned improvements. But if funding were granted, we'd be able to proceed with this in combination with the other moorage and parking improvements starting late in 2023. And with that, I'll wrap up, and I'm hoping you have some questions for me, and I'd love to talk more about why we're doing what we're doing and how we're doing it and all that. So I'll open it up to questions.
Great, thank you, John. All right, questions from the committee or any clarifications needed? Linda, go ahead.
Hi. I just have one question. In some of your documents, you referenced a lease that was being initiated for renewal for another 30 years. And you were expecting that to be in place by the end of 2022. I was just wondering if that's all happened.
No, it all hasn't quite got finalized. We've turned all of that in. We had a little bit of delay because we felt we needed a bathymetric survey. DNR sometimes wants to see the -18 contour on the survey exhibit for the lease. So we were trying to schedule that bathymetric survey and had difficulty with that. We did finally get it scheduled for, actually it was scheduled for right about now, but DNR let us know here just a couple of weeks ago that it would be okay to simply estimate that -18 contour on our survey figure. So we're just right in process as I speak, finalizing that survey exhibit to turn that back into DNR. And then I think from that point, we've given them everything that they've requested for the lease renewal.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Great, thanks. Shane, go ahead.
Yeah, Shane Belson again, Department of Fish and Wildlife. I believe there's a previous project, maybe also from BFP, out there toward the end of the structure. And you might have it on your slide there, sort of that top left little box.
Yeah, the top two, the two left-hand photos are the planned improvements.
Okay, if these pilings really are in sort of critical shape, it sounds like not doing something about the main structure could put like that BFP funded piece at the end of the thing sort of at risk as well. So that sort of ups the game here. Is that sort of a fair assessment?
It is a fair assessment. The upland portion of the improvements aren't dependent on the pier, but certainly the moorage improvements are dependent on it. I really hope for the port's sake that they don't have to face that hard conclusion. I know they would scramble to come up with the funding, but I think at a minimum the project as planned would probably need to be delayed. I'm speaking for the commissioners, so I may speak out of turn here, but it seems pretty logical to me that you need to look to the structural integrity of the pier before you look to accessing the moorage facilities. So certainly, it's necessary and it needs to happen as part of these planned improvements, or very, very shortly thereafter.
Right. Okay. Just trying to connect the two up. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thanks, Shane. I think I saw Lowell. Yeah, Lowell, go ahead.
Yeah, hello there.
Yeah.
Lowell Dixon, Department of Natural Resources. Just wanted to give a little more background to Linda. The 18-foot contours generally where our GUI duct tracks begin, and those are moneymakers for ALEA and the citizens of the state. So we have to be careful if we get into that area. So I'm guessing that's probably what that survey requirement was about, maybe. I don't know if John knows.
Yeah, I think that's correct. And this project, we do know it's all well landward of -18. And I think that's why the DNR surveyor said it would be fine to simply estimate that, which we can do with reasonable accuracy.
Okay, yeah. So I have a separate question about the pier and what the plan is for replacement maintenance of the pier, and whether how soon will the pier structure need replacing, and whether if it's just a little while, whether these pilings will then need to be replaced again. So I'm just curious what the life of the rest of the facility is like and how that's going to be managed over time.
Sure. Yeah. Well, the assessment that we did wasn't just piling, it was pier wide. And so the results of that structural assessment were that, again, all of the pier except these 20 piles was in adequate to good condition. And the Port of Illahee, for as long as I'm aware, has always had every year in their budget a maintenance budget. They do routine maintenance on this pier every year. That's why it's held up, as well as it has. And I expect that to continue on indefinitely. So there are other timber pile on this pier, and periodically, I'm sure, a few of them will be replaced. In fact, even during the former grant request in 2020, we were aware that there were a handful of bad pile. That was known, and at that time, the thinking was, well, that's going to fit within the yearly maintenance budget anyway. I don't recall how many were stuck in there for replacement. The issue was the port was relying on an old assessment of the piles. It actually wasn't that old. It was about 10-year-old assessment. And it indicated that only a small handful of piles needed replacement. So that's what we were going off of. And then this came up, especially with the concrete piles, and realized that, this needs, especially on the inland end, just a complete renovation, removing all those concrete piles as well as some timber ones and replacing all of them. So going forward, Lowell, my expectation is that there's just going to be ongoing maintenance as there has been, and it's going to fit within the port's regular maintenance budget on this pier.
Do you have any idea what the plans for retrofitting or replacement of the pier itself might be?
No, there are no plans currently to fully retrofit it. That would be addressed, I'm sure, in small steps as we go along based on the need and the condition.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Lowell. Any other final questions or clarifications needed on this project? All right, I don't see any other hands. Thank you, John, for your presentations. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks, Carl. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it.
All right, we'll see you later.
Okay, have a good day.
All right, next we got state parks. Looks like Eric is here. Are you presenting this one, Eric?
Yeah, I am.
Great. This.
And I have it Okay.
This one pulled up for you. Okay, hold on. There it is. Okay, stop my video. All right, Eric, do you want to advance the slides?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll give you control. Go ahead and click on the screen, see if you can take control of that now. Good.
Okay, looks like it. Yeah.
All right, well, go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, good morning. My name is Eric Olmstead, a park planner for Washington State Parks. I'm joined today with park staff Alexandra Sullivan, Chelsea Hammer, Hannah Ross, and Dan Budsberg to present our RCO Boating Facilities Grant for the design and permitting of a new pier at Squim Bay State Park. Squim Bay State Park is located within Squim Bay on the northwest portion of Washington's Olympic Peninsula, providing water access to the Strait of Juan de Fuca, Puget Sound, and the Pacific Ocean. Squim Bay State Park is located between Port Angeles and Port Townsend along Highway 101, only 5 miles from the city of Squim. The bay is protected by 2 overlapping sandbars, providing safe harbor for all boaters who need it. Squim Bay features 4,900 feet of saltwater coastline, making this an ideal location for a pier in the quiet bay. The proposed pier location is in the northwest corner of the park, conveniently located close to restrooms, the nearly remodeled boat ramp, and a parking lot. Squim Bay State Park boaters rely on the pier at the park for access while visiting. Over 250,000 vessels are currently registered in Washington, placing high demands on public and private boating infrastructure. Washington State Parks has more than 40 marine facilities, yet with a quickly growing Washington population, the demand for boating and moorage is increasing beyond this rapidly. Squim Bay State Park has an existing pier that has been used for short-term moorage for decades. However, the condition of the pier facilities degrading over the years has caused the pier to be closed since the summer of 2021. With this closure, Squim Bay State Park has no usable moorage space. A site review conducted by P&D engineers in 2017 found that damage to the pier was unsafe and suggested limited access until repairs could be made. Creosote pilings are degrading and leaching into the sensitive marine environment, with some piles only 25% of the original core. The adjacent bluff is steadily eroding with slipping soil, causing the pier to separate away from the bluff and pier abutment. Funding is now in place to remove this existing pier. Today, the only commercial moorage facility available in Squim Bay is the John Wayne Marina. Officials at the John Wayne Marina described an increase in use due to the pier closure at the park, explaining that they were often over capacity during peak fishing season. They have heard from the boating community that many were frustrated with the closure of the pier at the park. They have limited options for short-term moorage within the Squim Bay. We have received a letter of support for this project from the Port of Port Angeles, who manages the John Wayne Marina. In 2008, Washington State Parks completed long-term planning for Squim Bay State Park, which directed staff to redevelop the existing moorage facilities with consideration given to maintain or increase the existing moorage capacity as demand is identified. The need for moorage was identified then. However, the issue with erosion at the existing site has not become apparent until recent years. State Parks completed a capital project in 2020 to improve the boat launch facilities at Squim Bay State Park. The proposed pier area will be adjacent to the parking lot facilities and will form a more centralized boating area that will improve the visitor experience, be more accessible and easier for staff to manage. The new site is located just to the northwest of the recently constructed boat launch. We hope to build a pier similar in size to the previous pier. Squim Bay State Park welcomed 170,000 visitors in 2021, and this park provides access to Tidelands and the Olympic Discovery Trail, camping amenities, and a retreat center, making this a destination recreational facility for boaters. The proposed site location was chosen due to its comparative water depth, to other portions of the coastline, and this site will allow for deeper hold and larger vessels to utilize the pier. Parks considered replacing the pier within its current footprint. However, looking at the long-term projections of site erosion and climate change, the updated site area will be better investment long-term. The other alternative is to simply remove the unusable pier without replacement. However, decreasing amenities within the parks is undesirable, and there is clearly a need for more moorage facilities in the area. Most of the land surrounding the bay is owned privately with limited water access. There truly are no other feasible options in the area for a public pier. This is an urgent situation. As stated before, our current pier has been closed since 2021 for safety and has been a loss to the public. By 2025, the existing pier will be removed. And in order to use mitigation credits for permitting from the existing pier, the new pier must coincide with the removal of the old pier. Otherwise, the cost and difficulty of permitting will substantially increase. This planning grant would include the acquisition of an aquatic lease through DNR, environmental and building permits, SEPA review, and a pre-design. We anticipate that the float of the pier will extend into DNR property and have begun the process of consulting on a DNR aquatic lease, working with the lease manager for this area. This pier project has seen positive feedback at public meetings for Sequim Bay State Park improvements as a desired amenity. We recognize that the cost of designing and permitting this pier is high. A large portion of the cost is due to engineering and permitting. However, we will have a pier designed to the highest tested standards by our in-house environmental engineering staff and consultants who will incorporate sustainable design practices that take into account climate change and sea level rise. The pier will be designed to conform with ADA accessibility standards while using modern materials and techniques that will last over 50 years. We are working with our agency environmental planners to determine which studies will be needed at the work site and anticipate the possibility of an environmental impact statement. While the EIS process is expensive, we feel it will be necessary to plan for this contingency. If an EIS is not required, then the cost of permitting will be substantially less than we have budgeted for. Following technical guidance from the State of Washington Department of Ecology, we intend to create a more environmentally friendly pier through light penetrating surfaces, metal pilings, and modern construction materials. Our climate and sustainable program at Parks is currently undertaking an inventory of our shoreline properties in order to gain information and form policy for climate adaptation while looking at projections for sea level rise over the pier's expected lifespan. We will incorporate this modeling into our design so the pier would remain functional well into the future. Sequim Bay State Park intersects with the Olympic Discovery Trail, which provides pedestrians and bike access from La Push to Port Townsend. Sequim Bay is also home to the Ramblewood Retreat Center, and the park has hosted many cultural and community-focused events. For example, this fall we hosted an event on boater safety and outdoor recreation on the water for the BIPOC community. Our agency has made diversity and equity and inclusion a goal. Holding events that promote boating activities for a more diverse population will introduce recreational boater to a much wider audience. In our bidding process, we will require modern materials that reduce future maintenance costs. State Parks has a great deal of experience in constructing marine facilities, such as the James Island Marine State Park Pier. Once built, this facility at Sequim Bay will require little maintenance and minimal public service to operate. A pier in Sequim Bay will support the local economy by increasing the capacity for fishing, recreation, and general boating. There's a fairly high cost associated with planning this pier. Inflation has caused cost estimates to surge, and environmental permitting and studies will have a high monetary cost. The planning effort will be time-consuming to accomplish. However, we anticipate it will take 3 years. There are many benefits to a new pier for the boating community. This pier will provide recreational opportunities for boaters to access the unique part of the state. A new pier will reduce time and stress at the boat launch, and the safety of boaters during storms and fishing season will be improved. The pier will also be easier to manage for staff and reduce wear and tear on the new boat launch. Looking to the future, this moorage will accommodate the growing state population and ensure the future generations still have access to boating opportunities. The state's population is anticipated to grow by 26% by 2040. Currently, people spend about $4.5 billion annually on recreational boating in Washington state, and this number is likely to increase with the population. However, this growth in recreational boating cannot occur if there's not sufficient locations and amenities for boaters, such as Swim Bay State Park. According to park staff, smaller vessels who access the water by trailer were the primary users of the existing pier, and there has been frustration over the loss of access at the park oftentimes. Oftentimes, locals will use the launch and moorage facilities during crabbing to put out their pots and also to retrieve them. While the float will be accessible for a variety of boat sizes, including large vessels, we anticipate that smaller vessels, 26, 27 foot or less, trailer launch boats will continue to make up most of the boating facilities used at Swim Bay. Swim Bay is about 2 miles long and slightly over 1 mile wide at the mouth, creating the calm water. Swim Bay provides access to the Strait of Juan de Fuca, Puget Sound, and the Pacific Ocean international waters. As a global maritime entryway to the Pacific Northwest, the Strait of Juan de Fuca sees over 200,000 boats of all size ranges access and pass by Swim Bay each year. For thousands of years, the Skalayalan people have lived in villages along the north coast of the Olympic Peninsula. Today, the Skalayalan people continue to fish and use Swim Bay for cultural activities and will be able to access this pier once again. The pier will provide access to several varieties of boats from Class 1 to Class 3 in size, including sailboats, recreational boats, and commercial boats. Once funded, Washington State Parks is ready to proceed with planning and permitting of this pier. With the mitigation opportunity the existing pier provides, the time for planning a new pier is now. As you can see from our projected timeline, we anticipate this to be a 3-year process that's ready to move forward to development of a new pier by 2026. Thank you for your consideration in this grant proposal for planning and permitting a new pier at Swim Bay State Park. I'll now be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Eric. Just gonna go back one slide. Here's the, you were on a different slide when you started talking about the timeline, so I want to give people a chance to see this. All right, questions from the committee? Linda, go ahead.
Hi, I had a question about the location. How much deeper is it at that end of the boat launch facility versus over putting it off of the picnic table end?
As you can see, I think in this picture right here, it's not necessarily deeper. It gets deeper quicker out there, so there's less risk. We can go to another slide and look at that, but part of the design itself will be a study that includes depth of that area. And in the initial study that we did, when we looked at when we did the boat ramp and boating facilities project in 2020, showed that this was a rather gradual slope to this side of the boat launch. And
So
it gets much deeper, much quicker. Sorry.
So not, I mean, at the far end of where the picnic tables are, your picture says existing parking lot, but right there in the front is where all the picnic tables and benches are. Yes. And if it
Yes,
came out, yes, down at the lower end, is that considerably shallower than?
it's shallower for a further range out. So it gets deeper quicker in the area that we're proposing the pier in. It gets it's much shallower for a longer distance, just off
But-
of those picnic tables.
But where the proposed float dock will actually be with the boats, would it be just as deep if it was coming out this other end?
No, we believe that that area is deeper as well.
Okay. It's just that it's so tight and conflicts with the boat launch when people come off of the pier in that location. And then also, are you planning to pull those floating docks in the winter?
Pull the floating docks in the winter. No, the proposed float dock would stay there year round,
Okay. All right, thank you.
similar to the existing pier. The other thing that I wanted to add, Linda, was that when we looked at the location of the pier through this process, we worked with our engineers who has experience in dock building. And after analysis of the site, that we chose and then retained this location by advice from our in-house engineers.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Other questions or any clarifications needed on this one? This is our one combination project. It also includes a acquisition simply because State Parks needs a little bit additional aquatic lease area outside of the withdrawal they already have. Shane, go ahead.
Yep, thanks. Shane Belson, Department of Fish and Wildlife. This might be more of a question for RCO, I'm not sure. I know the sponsor said that the predominant use is, motorboats under 26 feet, just based on observation. Assuming there might be some other type of boating use, are planning grants ever prorated because of the potential of being like a prorated development project, or are you there, you don't prorate planning type grants just because you don't have enough information to do that?
Yeah, I guess I would say both. I mean, if we had enough information, like we certainly would want to prorate the cost. Like if we already knew, yeah, there was 10% sailing vessels in here. But that, like you said, that also, like we may not know, that also may come out of the planning process. We may discover what kind of that ratio of use is. And then certainly a future development grant, we would want to prorate accordingly. So, but if State Parks had any of that data now based on the not existing anymore, but the recently removed pier, then we would want to address that in this planning grant and prorate some of the cost.
Okay. We've looked into statistics based on usage at the old pier. Really what we got was it was a mixed use, with the majority of it being trailered boats under 27 feet. Now, the majority of that use is due to the fishing season. So during crabbing season especially, you get a lot of use from people going out, setting out their crab pots, and then coming back and tying up to the dock for several hours or for the day, and then going out and retrieving their pots and bringing them in. Right now, what they're seeing is that people are using a ramp to put in, go set their pots, come back, take their boat out of the water, using the ramp, and then putting it back in to go retrieve their pots. So that's why the perceived majority use is small boats. And I think that's the truth. But there'll definitely be a percentage of commercial boats and a percentage of sailboats. I should have said large vessels instead of commercial boats, but we'll see a substantial percentage of large vessels and sailboats.
Yeah, I don't think you get
Somewhere
any
around 10%.
commercial, you don't get any commercial use, I'm assuming. It's just,
No,
yeah.
no, large
Yeah,
vessels.
so we would only be worried about like the motorized, well, there's the evaluation question for the committee members. There's a preference for boats on trailers. Those are the smaller boats. And it sounds like that's a majority use here. So that's your discretion for scoring. And then in terms of prorating, we would just want to look at motorized of any size versus non-motorized. And Eric, that's something I can work with you on that, even though the application's final. You know, if this project is funded and you have some other data that says, oh, it's, 10% non-motorized, we can still address that before we write the grant agreement.
Okay.
Yeah. Lowell, go ahead.
Yeah, hi there. So my question is really about the need for the SEPA and whether, like, I'm not sure how Parks usually addresses kind of their environmental reviews for projects like this, whether SEPA would be standard or if there are some specific possible causes or reasons for the need for like an EIS. So I just wanted
So the
to know if you could
EIS is
elaborate.
just anticipated. I should back up a little bit. I have a whole team with me that can help explain this, and they might jump in if Hannah or Chelsea is on. But State Parks does a SEPA review for all of our projects. We're required to do the review for all of our projects. The EIS right now is anticipated due to eelgrass beds and other marine environments there. We're not 100% sure that would trigger an EIS. But if it is, we wanted that contingency to be built into the cost, because what I'm being told is that the environmental impact study would be so expensive. So we do a SEPA review for all of our major projects or all of our projects. And then, and that's a requirement, but it's just a matter of if it will trigger a EIS or not.
Okay. And that, so like for other parks related projects, we're going to be reviewing some of those. Would they typically, well, I suppose there's no typical site, but I was just wondering if they generally have, EISs as a requirement, or if that's generally not really foreseen.
No, I don't believe that they're anticipated very often.
Okay.
Right. To my knowledge, they're not, but we are anticipating it for this project due to the environment that the project is in. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's also essentially a brand new site. It's not like replacing in the same location, which is usually a lot easier, regulatory wise. And so I worked with Eric and suggested, go ahead and leave that in the budget, just in case, and if all it requires is a mitigated DNS, then great. Like Eric said, this will be a whole lot cheaper, but in the event it triggers an EIS, then the money's there to get that completed.
Okay, thanks a lot, guys.
Hopefully we answered your questions. It's a topic that we've looked into extensively. And Lowell, if you had any other further questions, I have our environmental engineers here with me to answer those.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions or clarifications needed on this one? All right, not seeing any other hands. Well, thank you, Eric. Appreciate it. And thanks to everyone else for being on the line, the rest of your team there.
Thank you.
All right, have a good afternoon.
You too. Have a nice day.
Okay. All right, lunch break, folks. So come on back. We start at 1:05, so come back just a couple minutes before 1:05, and we will continue on. Hey, everyone. Looks like we are all back from lunch. And it looks like Shannon is here, San Juan County. Are you presenting this next project, Shannon?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. All right, well, let me pull that up. Onto the float. All right, can you see that okay?
Yes, I can. Thanks.
Great. Okay, I'm going to stop my video, pass you remote control. Go ahead and click on the screen and see if you can take control of the PowerPoint. There
Yep.
we go.
I believe I have it.
Excellent. We'll go right ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. And do you want me to have my video on or not?
Either way is fine, but at the go ahead and turn it on at the end, at least for Q&A.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, hello there. My name is Shannon Wilbur, and I am joined here by Francesca Bennett. We are with San Juan County Public Works here to talk to you about the Hunter Bay Float and Gangway Replacement Project on Lopez Island. Now, to help get you oriented, if you were to come out, you would head north from Seattle on I-5 up to Skagit County. Head west on Highway 20 until you hit the water at Anacortes. Jump on a ferry, head to the north end of Lopez, and then drive south to get to the Hunter Bay County dock. So it takes a while. You're going to have to make sure you plan ahead if you're going to come out. Hunter Bay Marine Facility is one of 3 public boat launches on Lopez Island, and it is the only one on the east side of the island. And it provides access to a number of public lands and islands in the Salish Sea. So the question is whether this project is actually needed. And to answer that, let me start with describing to you what we have that is existing at Hunter Bay. On the screen, you can see our aquatic lease boundary with DNR delineated by the dashed red line, and the marine facilities are within that boundary. At the north end of Crab Island Road is the existing timber pier. To the right of that, or to the east, is our existing float and gangway. And then to the east of that, the long gray rectangle is our existing boat ramp. And then to the south in the upland area, we have parking available for vehicles and boat trailers. Now, in 2019, we had a strong northeasterly storm that essentially broke the float in half, and it was repaired by the county road crew. But we have been documenting the physical deterioration of this facility for quite some time. It's been listed in our 6-year transportation improvement program since 2012, and has been listed in the last 2 versions of the county recreation, open space, and stewardship plan. Now, the southern portion of the float does ground at low tides, which is impactful to the sensitive marine species that have been documented in the area. And it's also a float that is very heavily used. I took this photograph this past summer. It was in July during a low tide. And as you can see, it is pretty crowded. There really isn't any more space to tie up. And in fact, I missed the opportunity to catch a photo at one point where there were 2 boats that were rafted. So they had to hop from one boat to the other to get to the float. So the facility is used by a number of boaters. And is it well suited for the intended recreational use? Well, it has been in place since the 70s, and you can see it in this photo in the upper center of the picture here. The Hunter Bay Marine Facility is located in established fishing grounds and shellfish harvesting areas, and there are a number of buoys in the bay. You can access the water via this boat ramp, which was replaced in 2016. And then, as I mentioned, we do have parking in the upland area. And in fact, during the last 2 fall seasons, the road crew has been upgrading the parking by clearing out the road right of way and better delineating the parking, so folks will park more efficiently. We have parking for vehicles, and we were able to double the amount of boat trailer parking available. And we just have a few more items in order to finish up that project. Now, the question is whether this proposed project is appropriately designed for the intended use, and we are simply replacing and relocating what is there. Now, if you saw the earlier presentation in November, you might notice this has changed a bit, and that is because of discussions that we had with DNR right after the first of the year, where they wanted us to move the float northward into deeper water to ensure that we would always have water under the float, even during the lowest observed tide. And to accomplish that, moving it to the north required us to go into the buffer that's typically kept for the boundary. And that necessitated us moving the facility to the left marine corridor in line with the pier, as opposed to where the existing float is. Now, there's one large benefit to that, and that's the fact that while we are constructing this new facility, the existing one will be able to remain in place, at least the eastern side of it, to be used for the boaters. So let me break this project down into different elements to better understand what's happening. So the first thing we're going to do is remove the pier. It's an existing 80-foot long timber pier with 19 associated creosote piles, and all of those will be removed. And in its place, we'll install a 32-foot long steel pier with 4 steel piles. Once that's in place, we will install the new float. Now, the existing float is 80 feet long, and what we are going to be replacing it with is 2 40-foot long floats. And we're breaking it into 2 floats to be more resilient to the storms, especially coming from the northeast that we have. Now, the existing float was a solid timber plank decking, and what we will have will be fully graded reinforced fiberglass deck for the full width and length of the float. And then connecting that with the pier will be an 80-foot long gangway. Once that is in place, then we will remove the existing float with its 8 creosote piles, the gangway, and the remaining piece of the timber pier. When you look at it from the profile, you can see what a difference it is. On top is the existing facility, and on the bottom is the proposed facility. Starting from the left, you can see the pier, and it's much shorter once we've removed the timber pier, so we have less structure over the water, so much greater light penetration. The gangway is 80 feet long, so it's not so steep at low tides and will be meet ADA requirements. And then the float is the same length, it's 80 feet long, but since it is further to the right or to the north, it will no longer touch the marine bottom even during the low tides. So we have more light penetration, no grounding, and now we'll have less maintenance by using the steel materials, fiberglass grating, and the HDPE pontoons. As far as the sustainability of this project, the county has an environmental stewardship department that has worked on various elements of this project. And overall, this project provides substantial benefit to the marine environment, as listed in the first 3 bullets there. And I should have added there that we will be removing a total of 27 creosote piles. And a correction on that first bullet, we will not be reducing the occurrence of float grounding. We will be eliminating it now with the new alignment. That last bullet there, the float will be designed and constructed locally, and that's because we will be able to work with the Port of Friday Harbor. They now have the capability to design and manufacture these floats locally, and they have done so with their own marine facilities. So we have an interlocal agreement in place now for them to be able to do that for us. So it will be done locally. Do the benefits of this project outweigh the costs? once again, if you looked at the preliminary presentation in November and compared, you can see that the capital costs have increased. And that's because of the changes that we've made to the project. We are completely removing the 80-foot long timber pier. We are removing all creosote piles associated with the facility, and we are adding a new steel pier. So the capital costs have gone up, but the benefits have also increased. We've talked about the numerous environmental benefits, the economics by being able to produce the float locally and reduce operation and maintenance costs associated with the products. And it will improve the boater experience also, because now with this new alignment, they'll have additional access to the float on both sides and provide additional access to all the waters of the county. Does this project serve boats on trailers? The answer is yes. I had mentioned before, we have a boat ramp. You can see that on the left, and that was replaced in 2016. There's also a photo on the right there of someone actually using the boat ramp to launch their boat. I don't have any numbers for how many boats we have going back and forth on the float on the ramp here. However, I do live on Lopez, and I take my boat there during the summer to head out. And I can tell you that I always have to wait in line because the ramp is continually being used as people coming in and out. So it is a heavily used facility. So how will this project affect the boating experience? Well, I think this photo says it all. The boating experience is greatly compromised during low tides. And with our new proposed project where you can access the float from both sides at all tides, it will increase the number of boaters that can gain access to all of the waters of the Salish Sea. And are we ready for immediate implementation? Well, we are on our way. We have the preliminary design. We have started the permitting. We've submitted the JARPA applications. We completed the eelgrass survey in the fall, and this week we submitted the substantial shoreline permit application. As I mentioned before, we have the interlocal with the Port of Friday Harbor to start the design for the float next quarter. And assuming that we are successful with our grant application with the grant agreement in place later this year, we would plan to advertise late winter, early spring of 2024. Now, we have experience with similar projects like this. In 2016, we had a project for a float and gangway replacement and relocation at the north end of Lopez. It was at Audlin Park using RCO funds. And with that, we know that there are fish windows where you are only allowed to do construction during a certain time frame. And so knowing that, we would plan to go to construction in the late summer, early fall of 2024. And with that, I'd like to open it up to questions.
Great, thank you, Shannon. All right, questions or clarifications needed on this project? Linda, go ahead.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm just wondering, is there a restroom anywhere near this?
We do have a porta potty listed up within the county road right away, up near the parking area, but that's the only facility we have at this time.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mhm.
All right, any other questions the committee has? Not seeing any other hands yet. Maybe you've covered it pretty well. Nice job, Shannon.
Thank you.
For
Well, I did
clarifications. Yeah, go ahead.
Try and cover the questions that had come up during the preliminary presentation.
Yeah, that's great. We do appreciate that. All right, I don't see any other hands. So yeah, looks like a good project.
Okay, well, thank you.
All right. Thanks, Shannon. Have a good afternoon.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye.
All righty, moving down to Lake Bay. Looks like Bob is here and also Brittany. I'm not sure who is presenting this one.
I will be presenting and glad to hear that Bob's also here.
Okay, great. Okay, looks like we're ready to go. I'm gonna, let's see, turn off my video. Brittany, I'll hand you remote control.
Okay.
There you are. Okay, go ahead and click on the slide, see if you can take that.
All right, looks like I can. Let me just test it out real quick. Perfect.
Awesome.
Okay. Bob, are you ready?
I am.
All right.
Good morning, everybody. Or
Morning.
afternoon, I'm sorry.
All right. Hello, my name is Brittany Porson from the Aquatic Resources Division of the Department of Natural Resources.
And my name is Bob Wise from the Recreational Boating Association of Washington Marine Parks, commonly known as ARBA.
We are here to present application 22-2065 for the Lake Bay Marina Development Grant. The Washington Department of Natural Resources is requesting $1.64 million to start the redevelopment on the upland property of the historic Lake Bay Marina located in Mayo Cove near Lake Bay, Washington. DNR and ARBA will use this grant to start development on the upland portion of the marina property, which was acquired by DNR in 2021 with funding from RCO. The mock-up on the right shows our plan, and the photo on the left shows an aerial view of the section we would like to develop with this round of grant funding. We are proposing to rebuild the boat launch, allowing for more boat access to South Puget Sound, and to build essential support facilities on the property, including a 2-stall restroom, a paved and ADA accessible parking area, regrading and paving the access road, along with modernizing the utilities at the site.
Lake Bay Marina is located on Key Peninsula in Pierce County, across the water from Penrose Point State Park in the pocket estuary known as Mayo Cove. This is an underserved, strategic, and historically significant location for recreational boaters between Olympia and Tacoma.
There's a tremendous need for this project in South Puget Sound, which lacks the marina facilities that exist in and around Seattle and Tacoma. This marina would provide access and recreational opportunities for an underserved boating population. While Northwest Puget Sound and Mid Puget Sound have premier marine state parks, such as Susha Island and Blake Island, there's no such facility in the South Sound. The map on the left shows some of the marina facilities in the South Sound, and the red circle is the location of Lake Bay. Long Branch Marina and Penrose Point State Park do not have public boat launches or fueling stations. There's a dire need for these boating facilities in Carr Inlet. This project is also badly needed in terms of upgrading the physical condition of the marina property, which has seen significant deterioration in recent years. The marina has dilapidated infrastructure, and prior to our acquisition in late 2021, it had run afoul of various health and safety codes and had violated the terms of its DNR aquatic lands lease. As you can see from the photos on the right, the prior boat launch was unusable at low tide, and the ramp was a safety hazard. It's also important to note that the preservation and redevelopment of Lake Bay is included in the county's Growth Management Act plan. This project has enormous potential to fill a community and regional need. The design of this entire project is intended to complement the facilities at the state park across the cove. In the picture on the left, you can see Lake Bay, the proximity of Lake Bay Marina to Penrose Point State Park. Penrose has 270 feet of transient moorage, but the nearest public boat launch is 2 miles away in Home, Washington, and lacks support facilities for users. Boaters within Carr Inlet will benefit from a boat launch that is usable at all tide levels and additional parking and restroom facilities that we are proposing for this phase of redevelopment. In separate phases, we plan to build more transient moorage off the docks, transient moorage docks off the iconic pier and reestablish the fuel pump so that more boaters can experience this idyllic location. As you can see from the map on the right, the boaters in South Sound need a fueling station between Tacoma and Olympia. We are enthusiastic about the potential of this site. When refurbished, Lake Bay Marina will very likely become a major gathering place for boaters and water recreation enthusiasts.
Lake Bay Marina sits on Mayo Cove, a pocket estuary, especially able to provide protection for a slew of activities enjoyable for boaters and recreation enthusiasts. This area is unique in that it provides a shallow area for swimming, crabbing, and fishing, yet is deep enough to accommodate large vessels. The site also benefits from a picturesque location. It features views of Mount Rainier as well as nearby Carr Inlet, forested areas, and is a wonderful bird watching location. DNR and state parks have been coordinating to ensure that development plans at Lake Bay will fulfill the needs of boaters in the area without unnecessarily duplicating infrastructure. We would like to restore this site to its former glory, operating as a community hub and boaters' paradise, catering to the needs of locals and visitors alike. The site also offers DNR the ability to preserve public access that is lacking elsewhere on Key Peninsula, while promoting numerous recreational activities, uses that promote health and wellness for area residents and visitors. The Key Peninsula is a rural community with few aquatic access points. Part of the strategic location for this project is to provide public access to underserved rural community members. And I would be remiss not to mention the rich and colorful heritage attached to this site. Lake Bay Marina dates back some 137 years to the days of the Mosquito Fleet and houses a building that is listed on the Pierce County Historic Register. This site maintains the economy of Key Peninsula during the Depression and is extremely important to the community.
This facility is already designed for use as a marina, and DNR's acquisition offers a rare opportunity to modernize and restore it in a way that incorporates access for aquatic recreation and environmental features that will benefit the sensitive ecosystem of Mayo Cove. We are working with our architecture and engineering firm to create a design that balances longevity and environmental sustainability. Since acquisition, we've removed the derelict floating docks and gained mitigation credits that will provide crucial help to us in building and permitting the future phases of this project. This standalone phase is designed to support boaters and provide the facilities they need to launch watercraft while ensuring the infrastructure is renovated with materials that are not harmful to species or the environment. The facilities will be accessible and inclusive to the community it will serve. Specifically, the parking area will be ADA van accessible. The boat ramp will include a concrete boarding ramp on the shoreward side to accommodate individuals with disabilities. And the interpretive kiosk will include signs in multiple languages and safety information displayed in universal symbols. Additionally, the access road will be redesigned to serve the potential increased use and moved inland to accommodate badly needed restoration on the creek side of the property. We are also planning to allow overflow parking outside of the paved parking stalls while we evaluate the need for additional parking in future phases of this project.
This site offers an almost unparalleled opportunity to redevelop a historic location with rich boating history and preserve paramount public access and improve facilities to blend with the rustic charm and beauty of the Key Peninsula. DNR has began a planning and permitting process that will enable us to design and engineer additional site improvements in a way that utilizes environment net zero impact materials, removes substandard pilings, minimizes water quality impacts, incorporates smart sea level rise design, and integrates landscaping and habitat restoration features to support native species such as crabs, salmon, shellfish, seaweed, and migratory birds. The picture on the right shows a seawall that was constructed to shore up the upland property. The wall is now cracked and leaning and badly in need of restoration. As part of this redevelopment phase, the wall will be removed, beach nourishment will be added, and soil stabilizing native plants will be germinated to restore the land along the creek. As part of this restoration, the road will be regraded and moved due to its proximity to the seawall, and if necessary, the garage building will be relocated as well. The picture on the left shows the failed hard armory near the pier that will need to be replaced with soft armory to restore habitat and provide erosion control. These restoration activities align with the implementation strategies for Puget Sound recovery developed by the Puget Sound Partnership.
DNR and the Arbaugh Marine Parks Conservancy believe that the return on investment opportunities at Lake Bay are off the charts. With the initial acquisition and planning grant from RCO in 2021, we were able to purchase the marina and start the planning and permitting process to restore this facility for the benefit of everyone who loves South Puget Sound. Lake Bay enables the agency and the conservancy to preserve and enhance public access, retain a historic building and a rich heritage, and achieve an array of environmental benefits through restoration of the dilapidated boat launch, removal of substandard pilings, use of the upland area for restrooms and parking, and resolving prior safety and health violations. As part of this phase, we will restore the shoreline and remove the derelict bulkhead along the creek. The result is a huge win for the public, for recreational uses and access, for historic preservation, and for blending the already attractive features of a nearby state park with the upgraded features of a desirably located marina.
This project is specifically designed to serve boats on trailers, while future projects will support a mix of larger sail and power boats. In this phase of funding, we're requesting money for trailerable boats to enter the water via a newly designed ADA accessible boat launch. In future phases, we would like to build more transient moorage to complement Penrose Point State Park. This site will offer a boating experience that's hard to top for an area that is sorely in need of quality boating and water recreation facilities and public access. The first phase of development is designed as a standalone project, offering the facilities that are needed in the areas such as restrooms, parking, and a boat launch. The facility will be maintained by DNR while development is ongoing, and eventually the property will be owned and managed by state parks once redevelopment is complete. If we are successful in this round of funding, we envision community members picnicking in the restored uplands while boaters use the redesigned ramp to launch their boats for a day trip around South Puget Sound. Until we are able to secure funding for the addition of moorage floats, these boaters may utilize the transient moorage at Penrose State Park if they desire. In the future, we anticipate a variety of boats fueling up at the Lake Bay Marina while enjoying state-of-the-art transient moorage facilities and the historic charm of the marina. And this location could accommodate up to 30 boats and is suitable for all types of water recreation.
We've worked extensively with our architecture and engineering firm, Art Anderson Associates, which has more than 60 years of experience in tackling unique engineering and design challenges on the Kitsap and Key Peninsulas in Washington. Art Anderson and their subcontractors are currently beginning the planning and permitting process with the acquisition and planning grant that we received from RCO in 2021. The current estimates from our A&E firm are that the planning and permitting process will take 14 months, at which point we can start construction. Conservatively, we believe construction will start by midsummer 2024. We understand that the complexity of this project may bring with it some construction challenges, but we strongly believe that waiting another biennium to submit for funding would mean that we will have spent our initial acquisition and planning grant, and we would lose out on needed momentum in this project. Acquiring funding in this round will allow us to continue the redevelopment without hesitation. Further, as we noted, we are confident that these early phase improvements can be underway in a timely manner. Our timeline estimates are that restoration and construction can be completed by late 2025. That concludes our presentation. Thank you so much for your time, and we're happy to take questions.
Great, thanks to you both. Questions or clarifications needed for this one? Whoops. Clicked the wrong button. Let me get that back up. Yeah, there we go. Linda, go ahead.
I had a question. You said that the launch would be usable at all tide levels. And I've seen the tide go all the way out to the building at the end of the pier. I'm just wondering how you're going to do that.
Brittany, you want me to take that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, Linda, thanks for the question. It may be that all tide levels may be a bit of an overstatement on our part. We don't want to accommodate for the lowest of low tides, but certainly we want to accommodate for the majority of tides so that we can safely launch and retrieve boats. Right now, the launch is very short, and really only at the highest tides can you use the entire can you use the boat launch to launch and retrieve boats? But I think that in working with our engineering firm, they're making recommendations for us as to what's going to be the most reasonable length that we can put in there without running all the way out to the boat.
Okay. Yeah, that was the only question I had.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. It's a great question, and didn't mean to imply that we were going to try and cover every single type, because you're correct. There are quite shallow areas there that we're not going to try and go all the way through.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Linda. I was just looking for, is there like a preliminary design? Maybe it sounds like you're going to make the launch ramp longer than it is now. You said it's quite short now.
That's correct. Yeah.
Gotcha.
It can really only right now be used at the highest tide. So
Oh yeah, I see. Okay.
yeah, you can see it right there. Yeah, it's and you can run down on the beach, and we've seen people do that before, where they drive onto the beach itself, and of course we don't want that happening. So lot of work to be done there. As you can see, the ramp is in quite poor condition.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions or clarifications needed on this one? Okay, I don't see any other hands popping up, so looks like you answered it all. Thanks, you guys. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, thank you.
All righty. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We have one more before our next break. Looks like Fish and Wildlife. And is it Fenner? Are you presenting this one?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Welcome. Get this started for you. All right. I'm going to pass controls over to you. Controls are really slow today. I don't know what's going on, but okay, here we go. Find you. All right, go ahead and click on the screen, see if you can take control of that and advance your slides. There we go. Good.
That work?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
Can you hear me loud and clear?
We can.
Okay. Well, thanks everybody. Appreciate the time. My name's Fenner Yarborough. I'm the Wildlife Program Manager here in Region 4 for Fish and Wildlife. So Region 4 is kind of Seattle North. So I supervise all the wildlife activities, which includes our lands and our water access programs. So I'll just get started. So I'll quickly introduce our proposal. This is a redevelopment of a current WDFW managed access area on Whatcom County property. This is phase 2 of the project. We were initially funded for $435K in 2018. We are requesting more funding to meet the requirements from the county, increase costs, and from pretty much everything is costing more. This is an extremely popular location. We'd like to kind of update it, bring it up to date in compliance with ADA, as well as provide the foundation to support the quickly growing number of participants that use this access area. I'll get into how popular this one is a little bit. The hope here is to really increase the inclusion, accessibility, safety, and quality of the experience for visitors, which use this lake for a variety of recreational opportunity, from fishing, kayaking, birding, boating, water skiing, jet ski, and you name it. So phase 1 was funded, hasn't quite made it out of permitting yet due to the requirements, which I'll get into. I'll try not to get into too much of phase 1, but just touch on it a little bit so that folks that are new, or kind of explain why we are where we are. So we're hoping to do all this work at once at some point soon. So just for a kind of an overview map, you can see here it's obviously in Whatcom County. The red dot is the South Lake Whatcom boat launch. There's another. Can you see my arrow pointer? Or no?
I cannot.
Okay, so I won't use that, but kind of close up to Bellingham on that would be the northwestern side of the lake. There's another launch, kind of that green square right by the W of Whatcom. That's the public launch that the city owns. So there's only 2 public launches on the lake. Oops. Uh-oh. So here is kind of just the close-up more view of the lake. It's on the southern shoreline of Lake Whatcom. A lot of people travel to this lake to boat and to fish. The shape is highly conducive for speedboats, water skiing, and jet skis, with long swaths of straightaways and wide-angle curves. This lake is one of the few lakes in the area that is open year-round, provides a diverse assemblage of anglers, including catfish, kokanee, and smallmouth and largemouth bass. Like I said, this is one of only 2 public launches on the lake. So here's what the site looks like now. You can see to the left there is the volunteer fire department. They use this for emergency services, this launch. It's got pretty unorganized parking, temporary toilet. I think recreation use would greatly increase with the improved services. We are out of compliance with ADA, restrooms, parking, and launch, and the path to the water is pretty, as you can see there on the right by the sign, kind of in between the truck and the sign. It's just covered in blackberries, so no one can even really get to the shoreline from that part. Again, here's our need. The parking lot is gravel, so obviously it needs tons of maintenance every year. It's unstriped. So as most of you know, it just takes 1 or 2 people to park poorly, and that screws up everybody's trailer parking. So really trying to focus on organize that parking a little bit. Illegal parking happens it's a 2-lane road that comes up to this. It goes around Lake Whatcom. It has a lot of illegal parking all over both sides of the road. So really trying to organize the parking a little bit is part of phase 1. And just to show that a little bit, this was just a picture along Lake Whatcom on a sunny day, summer sunny day. This one actually has side parking, you can see on the right, but the amount of people that use this lake has increased drastically from like this, just cars to boats with trailers. So really trying to focus on safe parking for boats and trailers and for pedestrians. One example of the constant maintenance we have to do there, you can see some of the potholes, which we try to attend to all the time. Again, you can see the fire district in the background, some boats with some cars with trailers that are kind of parked all over the place. So really trying to reduce that need for maintenance on a constant basis. So this is what it looks like in the scheme. You can see from phase 1, really focusing on, which has already been funded as a reminder, to kind of work on fixing the launch, adding those parking stalls, a CXT vault toilet. And then what we're looking for in phase 2 is that boarding float and piling, the gangway, and the concrete abutment. We had a lot of unexpected costs with the stormwater treatment. And if John Hanson is here for the question and answer, he might be able to speak to it a little more. But the stormwater requirements from the county were pretty intense, that we didn't anticipate the amount of funding that we would need to kind of fulfill those requirements. So just to back up, this is what it looks like now. And then the next slide, just so you kind of get that overview image, the fire department there on the bottom left, the launch is kind of in that square, and that concrete abutment and the float would go straight out there kind of on the top. Again, this is what it looks like for phase 2, the proposed layout. Again, phase 1 is covered, and phase 2 would really just go towards increasing that flank or the plank, providing safe access, make it a lot easier for boats to tie up, for ADA access to the boats, and really increase the safe use of this spot. So on the left is what it looks like now. Not the most user-friendly. On the right, obviously this is not Lake Whatcom, but that's the idea of what the boarding dock and the float would look like upon completion. Again, some more pictures of what it looks like now and what we're looking. This is phase one. There's your honey bucket, the potholes in the road, and we're looking for an updated CXT toilet to just kind of handle the ADA and make things just a little bit better out there for folks. Sorry, my mouse is giving me problems. New signage would be part of the requirements. We would, we've got some pretty old signboards out there that aren't the best as far as safety, aquatic invasive species. Whatcom County and the city of Bellingham also stations their aquatic invasive species unit at both launches. I don't know if everyone's familiar, but Lake Whatcom is the water supply for the city of Bellingham and surrounding areas. So having some more AIS information would go on this sign also, just to educate the community and the users. As I mentioned, the stormwater is a big issue here for Whatcom County. This is what it looks like now. It has constant drainage problems coming across that road. There's the fire department on the left. Is a pretty busy 2-lane road. So it's got a lot of stormwater issues currently. So this project includes development of a stormwater system, which will filter the stormwater, planted with native flora, and will just look a lot nicer and be safer. People drive all through that. You could see the ruts. So really kind of focusing on that stormwater part was required by the city and the county. And like I said, was a little bit more expensive than we anticipated. So the inclusion of the boat loading float in our proposal will also help to lessen bank erosion from watercraft parked along the gravel beach. As you can imagine, there's the launch there on the top left. People kind of pull their boats down and they just put them wherever they can while they park their trailer, while they park their boat, while they load their kayak. So we're seeing a lot of erosion from people trying to park their boats and pull down the trailers. So really removing some of those blackberries, helping with more shrubs, less trees, and having a safe way for folks to kind of get on their boats and use the site would be something that the boat loading float would really benefit the public. Cost benefit, like I mentioned before, obviously maintenance is a huge deal. We're lucky to get this picture here with the trailer full of gravel. So it's constant maintenance. This will really help reduce maintenance, both in materials, staff time, fuel, you name it. It would just really help in phase one to kind of reduce those cost benefits or reduce those costs that we're constantly paying to keep up with this site. So this project will obviously really help boats on trailers. We'd have between 6 and 10 parking spots. We're still kind of working with the fire department on where we're going to put these parking spots, providing AIS a spot for them to set up to educate the public, and obviously providing areas for the emergency services to get out there. So not only will this serve, you can see up there in the left where people park. It's pretty wild how people park out there. So really trying to have a safe parking areas for boats on trailers, and also for the smaller craft. We get a lot of kayakers and non-motorized use also here. So really focusing on kind of helping that parking lot and helping people walk all over the streets on this 2-lane highway. So really, that's one of the focuses, is safe parking for boats on trailers. Again, just another shot here of kind of how some of the parking has gone. It's been problematic. So really focusing on helping those folks out was really part of the design from our camp folks and our engineers. So a lot of recreational opportunity out there for boaters. The shape of the lake is great for speedboats, water skiing, and jet skis. it gets a ton of use. It's one of the busier lakes in this part of Western Washington. Like I said, this is the only boat launch on the south end of the lake. So we just anticipate that it's going to be more and more as the population continues to grow, especially in Whatcom County. You know, community involvement. We really want to have more folks using this lake. It's already getting a lot of use by the public, but some of the criticisms we've been hearing, the majority of the use on this lake is through private property. I don't know if you folks have been up there, but the majority of the lake is kind of got housing, especially on the north side and the east and west, and the south side where this is doesn't have as much housing, but that's where everybody accesses through private property. So really improving the site and having safer and better access for the public is real, you know, it's one of our mandates as Fish and Wildlife, and a priority for here in the region is providing more public access to areas like this. Fishing, Lake Whatcom has excellent fishing opportunities. It has a kokanee fishery, which is pretty excellent. It has a kokanee hatchery, one of the only ones in Washington, large and smallmouth bass and yellow perch. So it gets a lot of fishing activity throughout the year. So our timeline here, possibly receive additional funding to finalize the project. We're still working on submitting the remaining permits. A lot of that is in the county's hands now, and even the city. We'd like to begin construction in July 2023 and hopefully finish in October 2023. Again, a lot of this, we have a lot of the permits already in hand, but a lot of them really depend on the county, shoreline hearings, DNR stuff. Our camp folks are working hard on that, but this is our goal to finish at least phase 1 of this project. And that is all I've got. I tried to go quick and not rehash too much of the old stuff. Appreciate the time and happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that. Questions? It's like Chris Gadati.
Yeah, hi, thanks. Hey, I was a little unclear on the scope of this. So you had an initial grant. I think I heard you say at one point that the parking and the concrete boat ramp would happen even if you didn't get this grant. So this one is basically for the boarding float. I'm hoping you can clarify the scope of what this grant would fund.
Yes, absolutely. Great question. Yes, phase 1, and yeah, you can see phase 1 is the CXT, the boat launch, the parking, the paving, and the stormwater treatment. And there's phase 2 would be for the boarding float, piling, gangway, and the concrete abutment. So yes, if nothing happened any further with funding, we could complete phase 1 with what we've got.
Great, thank you for that. And then my second question would be just curious why the boarding float wouldn't be adjacent to the ramp.
Is John here by chance, Hanson?
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Yeah, I'm here as long as you can hear me. Yeah, the ramp location was chosen for deep water and use, no matter what the water level of the lake is. We also have a really tight angle on the shoreline where the existing ramp is that isn't conducive to a boat launch. This is just a better layout for ADA accessibility, and this way we can also have boats on both sides of the float.
Thank you.
Sure.
Will there also be any boarding floats alongside the ramp or not? No, okay.
No. Just as shown here.
Gotcha. Okay. Carl, go ahead.
Just a quick, I might have missed it, but was this not this float? This was in the grant request that was 2 years ago, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that is
Okay,
correct.
and the reason for it being cut out was because of unanticipated over expenditures in permits, et cetera, that you didn't, that jumped up on you for phase one, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And also just overall construction price
Inflation.
increases that we anticipate moving forward. It's not like we've overspent money now as much as we see that construction costs have increased dramatically from previous.
Did that answer it, Carl?
Yes.
A good example, just if we still have time, is the
Sure.
CXT toilets have in the last 2 years gone up $10,000. They just gave us the 2023 costs and have really jumped up in price. So prior to this, we were paying 25,000 for a Gunnison toilet. Now we're paying 35,000. It's still an awesome price for a building that's going to last 40 years. But that price is just one item of these things that has gone up.
Right. Thanks. Lowell, go ahead.
Yeah, so on the design, if I'm bringing my own boat there and I don't have a helper, where will I put my vessel once I've launched it so that I can drive my trailer and park it?
You'll have two options. One is to launch the way that we have in the past and put it on shore, or to motor over to the float and
come back and get my
go from there. It's always a difficulty with one person arrangements, but overall, when you have multiple people, this is going to speed up launching significantly. And but there's still shoreline to be able to tie on like we've done in the past. This will still, though, significantly reduce the boating erosion on the shore.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Other clarifications needed or questions? All right. I don't see any other hands. So thanks, you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. See you later. Okay. We have arrived at a break almost 10 minutes ahead of time. So you guys want to try to come back a little early, stay ahead of schedule?
That'd be fine.
All right. Why don't we come back at 2:10? Does that work? That's almost 15 minute, a 13-minute break. Let's come back at 2:10 and we'll keep on going.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back from your break. We'll just give everyone a second to settle back in. And you might notice this is not Carl Jacobs. This is Allison Delvo. I'm stepping in to help Carl with moderating today. So it looks like next on our list, we have Mark Peterson from Fish and Wildlife, and it looks like he is here. Mark, are you there?
I am here.
Wonderful. Great.
You can hear me okay?
I can.
Do you need to see me? I'm trying to figure out why I'm not on there.
That is up to you. You can turn on your video if you'd like during your presentation, but that is optional. And I can,
Do I just say start video?
yeah.
Oh.
There you are.
Hi.
Great. So can you see your PowerPoint on the screen?
I can, yes.
So what I will do is I will stop my video and I'll give you remote control.
Okay, would you mind advancing these for me so I can read through? I've got a little bit different notes on here.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I can click through your slides for you if you just say next when you want me to change your slides.
Perfect. Perfect.
So,
That sounds good.
okay, so I'm going to start my timer. Just start talking whenever you're ready.
Okay, so do I still need to do an introduction here? Or
Get started with your slides, and yeah, I'll give you 12 minutes to do your presentation. So just get started whenever.
Okay, so I'm Mark Peterson. I'm a biologist with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, and today's presentation is on Glenn Williams Access redevelopment. Next, the regional location. Glenn Williams Boat Access is located on Potholes Reservoir in eastern Washington within Grant County. Next. Regional and service area, Glenn Williams Access falls outside of an urban development zone and serves easy access from surrounding communities. 1 hour from Ellensburg and Wenatchee and 2 hours from Spokane in the greater Seattle area, as well as only 10 minutes from I-90 for statewide travelers. Next. Project need, existing facilities. The boat launch is nearing completion from phase 1 work and the ADA boat loading platform is in place. Due to worker shortages and inflation during the pandemic, not all previously approved phase 1 renovations were able to be completed. Next. Boat loading float. The loading float is inoperable and has been removed. Damaged track and runner guides prevented adjusting with water fluctuations and ice, and the float was permanently damaged. Boaters can no longer attach boats to the float and are forced to beach their boats along the rocky shoreline. Next. Restrooms. Old restrooms are out of code, run down, non-ADA, unsanitary, and in need of replacement. ADA toilets are a requirement of RCO projects. Next. Parking. Paving needs to be completed to improve access for all sizes and types of boats and vehicles. Annual maintenance costs have increased and paving will reduce the costs of gravel, grading, manpower, and weed spraying. Next. Underserved. Anyone requiring ADA assistance for their boating needs. Next. Women, including single mothers, are another user group served well by this project. WDFW is currently very active in promoting women in fishing with improvements to this access, ADA compatibility, restrooms, paved parking, and a user-friendly boat loading platform. Boating activities will be much easier and less intimidating for the new or inexperienced boaters. Next. Also underserved are present, former, and retired members of the armed services. In a military-wide census conducted in 2020, 48% of the individuals were ethnic or racial minorities, and 17% were women. Potholes Reservoir lies within a 2-hour proximity of 2 of Washington State's largest military bases, and Grant County is home to an Army National Guard unit. Also very important is the ability to serve military spouses and children. Next. And underserved are all boaters represented by all socioeconomic classes. Next. Due to gravel parking areas that become inundated with water and potholes, we noticed that the boat launch is primarily used by persons with large pickups. So underserved are also persons with smaller vehicles like crossover SUVs, vans, and full-size sedans. Next. Potential use. All boaters and those requiring special assistance for boating access. To meet this need, this grant will be used to renovate the existing access to allow all boaters to moor boats away from the rocky shoreline, provide ADA boat mooring and loading, restrooms, and streamlined parking with improved safety. Next. Site suitability, location, and size. Glen Williams Access is located at the southeast corner of Potholes Reservoir, 13 miles east of I-90 at Moses Lake, and is 4 acres in size. Potholes Reservoir contains several boat access points, including Potholes State Park, Blythe, Mardon Resort, Lynn Cooley, and a dirt launch along the northern Crab Creek Arm. While other launches are present, Glen Williams is one of only 2 launches usable during the midsummer and fall reservoir drawdown, and the only access that offers launch protection from windy conditions and no fee launching and overnight camping. Next. The current site has a previously developed infrastructure that is flat with gravel parking, camping areas, minimal pavement, a new boat launch and 88 loading platform, and 3 vault toilets. Next. Potholes Reservoir is 14,281 acres located within the Potholes Wildlife Area, which serves an estimated 350 users annually. There are 25 annual fishing tournaments, including regional BASS Bassmaster tournaments, the most tournaments of any water in the state. Popular fisheries include bass, walleye, channel catfish, rainbow trout, and spiny rays like yellow perch, bluegill, and crappie. Next. Total individual vehicles counted from May through October of 2018 was 13,558. A monthly average of 2,260 vehicles and a daily average of 74. Next. Project design. The scope of this project will include replacement of 3 outdated restrooms with new CXT toilets to improve sanitation and ADA accessibility, paving the boat trailer parking area and painting 72 trailer spaces to improve functionality and reduce maintenance costs, installing a boarding float with pilings to prevent damage to boats caused by beaching on the rocks, and to provide safe ADA access to boats once launched, and to replace the entry gate. Next. CXT toilets. We propose replacing the existing toilets with 3 ADA compatible CXT toilets. The current vault toilets are out of code and in disrepair. New toilets will improve sanitation by providing ventilation to the outside and allowing access outside for pumping, as well as adding ADA functionality. Next. The loading float. To replace the permanently damaged boat loading float, we plan to install a secure, highly functional, and user-friendly boat float that adjusts with changing water levels and ice to prevent damage and provide a long life. Next. Parking. Boat trailer parking areas will be paved in line to accommodate 72 trailer spaces, reduce hazards that lead to boat trailer damage, provide level and stable access for the non-sure-footed, and to reduce annual maintenance costs. Next. Planning success. All building materials are designed for durability and longevity by experienced engineers and design crews using new cost-effective state-of-the-art designs and products. This project is fully designed, permitted, and vetted by the public for immediate completion. Next. Sustainability and design. All building materials are designed to be long-lasting and low maintenance in both materials and staff time for many years to come. Habitat can benefit by the increased stability and strength using new designs and projects. The loading float can reduce shoreline damage caused by beaching boats and user trampling, and paving reduces costs for weed spraying, gravel, and grading. Overall, this project will reduce impacts to the environment, lower maintenance costs, improve ADA accessibility, and provide long-lasting opportunities not available at other Potholes Reservoir accesses. Next. Cost benefits. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's National Survey of Fishing, Hunting, and Wildlife Associated Recreation estimates that $36 a day is spent by freshwater anglers, $82 a day for each waterfowl hunter, and even higher for wildlife watchers. During the summer of 2018, our traffic counters showed 13,558 vehicles at Glen Williams during a 5-month period, leading to $488,000 spent in the state and local economies using the most conservative daily expenditure estimate of $36 a day. Keep in mind, costs have increased dramatically since 2018, and this number is only a snapshot from a 5-month period during the year, and the reservoir and access site is open year-round with a new boat launch serving boaters. Next. A year-long angler survey conducted by WDFW Potholes Reservoir during 2021 showed 63% of the boaters lived in Eastern Washington, and that of that 63%, 32% lived locally in Grant County. 33% of all boaters were from Western Washington, indicating that more anglers traveled to the potholes from the west side than from the local area. Potholes Reservoir is a destination recreational area and is very important to state and local economies that greatly benefit from outside of area travelers. Next. In summary, degraded conditions at the Glen Williams access have reduced the cost benefit to local and state economies, limiting the number of users that can or will utilize this access. This is the only access on potholes that offers wind protection for launching boats and overnight stays without additional fees. Upgrading this access will encourage more use among all boater groups. Next. Boats on trailers. This project will serve boats on trailers by paving and painting the vehicle and trailer parking areas for 72 trailer parking stalls. While this project serves boats on trailers, smaller motorized boats like car toppers will also benefit from the installation of the loading float by providing a safe launch and loading area for them as well. This grant will provide ADA access for all boaters, which is also missing from this and other launches on Potholes Reservoir. Next. Boating experience. There are diverse boating opportunities for all types and sizes of watercraft launched at Glen Williams Access. Water skiing, speedboating, fishing, hunting, party barging, airboat trips, and wildlife watching are common boating activities at Potholes Reservoir. Next. Potholes Reservoir is host to many boating events, including high-speed boat races and community events. Many spectators travel long distance to watch and participate in these events from their own boats. And the local communities are highly involved in planning and organizing these events. Next. Potholes Reservoir walleye angling is growing in popularity and is now considered one of the best walleye fisheries in the Northwest. Potholes hosts numerous fishing guides with multiple boating options, including multi-passenger sleds and guided airboat trips for fishing, hunting, and wildlife watching. Next. Readiness project timeline. This project is ready to begin immediately with permits completed during phase 1 and is projected to be completed by the fall of 2022. Next. Okay, that concludes my presentation. Is there any questions?
Thank you so much, Mark. Are there any questions from the reviewers? It looks like Linda has a question. Linda?
Hi, I have a couple questions. The number of vehicles that you said use this site were averaging about 74 a day. Are those all with trailers?
No, they wouldn't be. They're 74 vehicles, so they can be, they can be boats and trailers. They can be a truck with a boat in the back. It can be somebody meeting a boat,
Okay.
somebody with a boat, that sort of thing. So it's all vehicles together.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then on slide 17, you showed the plans for paving the parking lot. Are there cost estimates in here for the stormwater? Is that included in your parking lot estimate that you entered?
John, are you
Yeah.
there?
That's included in the parking lot estimate, yes.
Okay. And then you had an estimate of $330,000 for 8 pilings. That's considerably higher than other projects that we've listened to. I was just wondering why.
These piling have to be drilled in and not just pounding and piled with these ones. These are special piling. Plus we have a pretty dramatic water elevation change. So these are extra long piling too.
Okay. And then there were comments in your paperwork that said the project is permitted and fully designed, but you haven't submitted the permits yet?
I hope you're not misled by the very last slide that was the previous phase. But yes, everything is permitted, everything's fully designed. We can begin construction the moment we have money. Yes, that all permits are in hand.
Okay, all right. That's what I
Yeah,
wanted to check.
that slide there is out of whack because we do have every permit we need.
Okay.
And that's exciting thing about phase 2 projects is we can jump right into them and get things done without any holdup.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Okay, so Chris, and then we'll.
Yeah, you kind of answered my question, but phase 1, did that include the boarding float that failed? Or was phase 1 just a planning and permitting grant?
No. Phase 1 included all of that. It included a boarding float and the launch and the toilets and paving and all that stuff was included in there. But because of the last couple of years and everything that's happened, I know that I'm not the only one that has had this problem, but the cost of getting people to come out and do the work, the cost of the materials has just skyrocketed. And so everything that you see in phase 2 was in phase 1 and approved, but the money just didn't pan out because of I guess the pandemic and the worker shortages and supply chain stuff. And so we're back to try and complete the project.
Okay, thanks.
To be
And then,
clear,
the other
phase
question.
1 or phase 2, all that we have left to do is the boarding float, the toilets, and the paving.
Correct.
The boat ramp, the ADA loading platform, and the paving around the boat ramp is already completed and looks great.
Yep.
Great, thanks. And then the design modification for the boarding float, since the first one failed, is to do it with pilings rather than the way it was previously
Yes.
anchored? Okay.
Yeah, that rail system just didn't work with a site that we couldn't watch the rail hourly as the waters went up and down.
Thanks.
So that has been removed. We're just waiting to put in the piling and the boarding float.
Thank you.
Lowell, did you still have a question?
Just to confirm, so the design was kind of flawed on the boarding float originally. And so you're going to this new design that has drilled pilings instead.
Yes.
Okay, that was my question. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions or clarifications from the evaluators today? All right, seeing none, thank you so much, Mark and John, for your time today. And Ashley, your grants manager, will be in touch soon with the preliminary ranked list when we have it. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, next we have, again, Department of Fish and Wildlife. And this time it should be, is it Rich? I see you there. Wonderful. So are you able to see my screen here with your PowerPoint?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll hand over controls to you. So I'll stop my video and then I'll let you click to make sure it's working for you. Just one moment. Okay, so you should be able to click and then see if you can move forward with your PowerPoint. Okay.
Yep.
So just, I will get your timer started here. So just start whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Allison. Good afternoon. My name is Rich Finger, Lands Operations Manager for the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife and sponsor of the Vernita Bridge site planning proposal. Thanks for your time and the opportunity to share this planning proposal with you all. First, I'd like to emphasize that this is a planning project proposal with a future goal of developing sustainable access for boats on trailers to the Upper Hanford Reach. This proposal includes outreach, environmental and cultural consultation, engineering, design, and permitting to support a redevelopment of a current WDFW access area. The proposed site is in southern Grant County, about 23 miles south of the town of Vantage and just upstream of where Highway 24 crosses the Columbia River. The project area includes 240 acres of land managed by Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife through a cooperative agreement with U.S. Department of Energy and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The project area occurs just upstream and on the north side of the Vantage Bridge on the Hanford Reach of the Columbia River. This primitive launch provides nearly exclusive boat access to the upper portion of the reach. The nearest public boat launch occurs approximately 19 miles downstream at the White Bluffs boat launch. The existing site has no infrastructure to protect natural and cultural resources. Impacts are widespread and growing, which increases the risk of the site closing to public use in order to protect sensitive areas. User equity is compromised by poor conditions for launching boats and parking vehicles. The site is not suitable for people with disabilities and is a poor choice for anyone without four-wheel drive and experience launching trailered boats at this site specifically. This project will invest in building a strong foundation through partnerships, outreach, coordination, and consultation, and will plan for a sustainable development through planning, design, engineering, and permitting to ensure that a successful development can follow. There are very few launches for boats on trailers on the Hanford Reach. As you can see here, to access the upper reach, the only alternative is the White Bluffs launch, which would add a 19-mile boat trip and 6 miles of gravel road to access the upper reach fishing holes. Most boats aren't carrying enough fuel for a 40-mile round trip, so it's critical that access to this site is maintained. The site is used by an average of nearly 13,000 anglers during the fall Chinook season alone, with peak daily boat trailer counts averaging 180. Power loading of boats has created a cobble bar, which unfamiliar boaters may strike with either their boat or their trailer. Water levels fluctuate significantly due to reservoir operations, which can hide dangerous features from those unfamiliar with the launch conditions. Once launched, many boaters are looking to beach their boats while they wait for friends, family, or clients, load forgotten gear, or use the porta potty, which are provided seasonally. The bank could use some minor modifications by removing large boulders to ensure boaters can beach boats without fear of damage to boat holes or props. After some discussion with Grant PUD and Bureau of Reclamation about the potential to evaluate properties upstream of this site, it appears that the Vernita Bridge site is the most appropriate due to bank topography. There are currently no other viable options for anglers to launch and pursue fall Chinook on the upper Hanford Reach. But with 240 acres and over a half a mile of shoreline, we hope that there is adequate room to identify an appropriate and sustainable location for a developed boat launch facility that avoids these sensitive areas. The site is surrounded by federal public land, which is managed as open space. With a shallow slope and water levels fluctuating throughout the day, there will be challenges, but with proper planning and engineering, we should be able to enhance trailered boat access while protecting cultural and natural resources. This site sits right between two popular fishing holes. Most boaters travel from Vernita Bridge 1.5 miles upstream to the King Hole, or they head 4 miles downstream to the BC Reactor site, which is another popular fishing hole. The current layout is a free-for-all, and due to the issues with the primary launch location, individuals are taking it upon themselves to pioneer new places to launch or park. The situation is extremely difficult to manage without proper infrastructure to support this recreational demand. In 1997, WDFW tried to address the situation and was funded by an RCO BFP grant for a launch development. Unfortunately, the project was stopped because of inadequate cultural resources review. We hope to correct that by investing upfront in cultural resources surveys, which Department of Energy has agreed to fund, leaving WDFW to focus on the outreach, designs, engineering, and permits. WDFW engineers have been constructing boat launches for decades and are experienced in project management, engineering and design, and contracting. Investing upfront in planning and outreach will ensure that we develop a launch to meet the public needs of the future while protecting the cultural and natural resources that we value today. WDFW has many years of vehicle and trailer use data for the busiest time of year. This information will be used to ensure that we consider capacity needs in project design. Given the size of the parcel, we hope that avoidance of resource impacts will be a feasible form of mitigation in most instances. Since well before 2003, when this photo was taken, sprawling impacts were visible from aerial imagery. 18 years later, the impacts of this sprawl are quite evident and have increased significantly. Vegetation is trampled and replaced by invasive cheatgrass, posing a significant fire risk to the reach as recreational users drive vehicles into and park within the unrestricted area. This site supports an annual tribal gathering and celebration, and the condition of the area is cause of great concern amongst tribal members. Status quo will only guarantee that impacts and inequitable launch conditions continue, or that the site is shut down entirely. Development of the site with hardened surfaces and barriers will reduce resource impacts of the launch site and surrounding lands, maximize site lifespan, and provide an opportunity for site rehabilitation with native species outside of the project footprint. These features would result in a more welcoming, equitable, and family-friendly opportunity. The Vernita Bridge site provides access to a 51-mile section of the Columbia River within the 586 square mile Hanford Reach National Monument. This site serves people across Washington state as well as neighboring states. Nearly 1/3 of users are Hispanic and nearly 10% come from out of state. Currently, there are cultural, environmental, and safety risks. Stress levels are high, and conflict between users may eventually result in tragedy.
Developing sustainable infrastructure at this site may be the only way we can keep it from being shut down in the future. Benefits include keeping thousands of anglers on the water during fall Chinook season, seeking wild-caught salmon fillets, or perhaps to participate in King of the Reach, a volunteer wild broodstock collection event hosted by the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, Grant County PUD, and the Tri-Cities chapter of the Coastal Conservation Association. At this event, anglers come to help conservation and try their luck at landing the famed upriver brights, which are king salmon that predominantly spawn at or above the Hanford Reach and are known for their size, which is some are over 50 pounds. Whatever their intention, anglers and other recreational boaters are pumping dollars into local economies as they buy gas, ice, snacks, fishing gear, and licenses, a hotel room for the night, and a good meal at a local restaurant. The site averages 245 anglers per day during fall Chinook season, and each angler spends an estimated $38 per day, bringing nearly $10,000 per day to local economies, or nearly $500,000 for the Chinook season alone. Another benefit of accessing this stretch of river is the opportunity to see elk on the arid lands ecology area, which supports a herd of several hundred animals. Other watchable wildlife opportunities include deer, pelicans, coyotes, spalding golden eagles, egrets, herons, and various species of waterfowl. But if you don't see the critters you're looking for, you likely won't be disappointed. The scenery itself should satisfy most outdoor enthusiasts. The primary focus of this project is ensuring the public has long-term, sustainable access to launch trailered powerboats on the upper Hanford Reach. We expect that 99% of the use at this site will be associated with boats on trailers. Current issues of this site have significant potential to result in closure in the future due to cultural resource impacts, public safety concerns, and damage to boats and trailers. It is crucial that we take steps to address these issues before all boat access is lost. This image, shown as an example only, includes about 6 acres for parking. About 7 acres of parking would be necessary to accommodate all boat trailers, which is about 200 during peak use if the space was used efficiently. The Hanford Reach is the last non-tidal free-flowing stretch of the Columbia River in the United States, providing 51 miles of scenery, wildlife viewing, and fishing opportunities. This site is used primarily by motorized boats of all sizes. Speeds are not restricted except for no wake restrictions when within 200 feet of shoreline. This area historically served anglers targeting fall Chinook and steelhead, as well as a smaller contingency of anglers targeting whitefish and walleye. Sturgeon are also pursued, but are open seasonally for catch and release only. If successful, we'd be prepared to start the Section 106 and NEPA process, as well as public outreach and monitoring throughout the fall 2023 season. Section 106 and NEPA would likely occur during 2024 and would inform the design and engineering, which would likely begin around fall or winter of 2024. Early in 2025, we'd be prepared to begin submitting permit applications and would be near project completion during spring. Assuming all goes well, I anticipate submitting a development proposal during RCO's next funding cycle. Thank you all for your time and attention. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Rich. Who has any questions about this project? I see Lowell still has his hand up. I don't know if that's for a new question or if that's from last project.
It was from last project, but I have a new question.
Wonderful. Go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes.
So, I'm guessing a lot of folks come there with their trailers and stay overnight. I'm wondering how that's going to be handled by DFW. And, I know this is a planning grant, so you probably don't have all the answers yet, and you're going to go through that process, but I'm wondering what your kind of what your thinking is.
Yeah, that's correct. I certainly don't have the answers. Truth be told, our management agreement with US Fish and Department of Energy states that overnight camping is not allowed at this site. So it is something that we absolutely have to be thinking about. The need is there, the demand is there, which is why we've allowed it to continue. But I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. I can only say that DFW will be advocating to continue to provide that. Simply because I don't think there's really any other viable alternatives in the area. So this site makes the most sense. But perhaps it will look different. It might be a little bit offset from where this boat launch is. It might be within the same parcel, but a different section of it. I'm just not sure.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Thanks for your answer.
Great question.
Any other questions? Okay, I don't see any other raised hands. Thank you so much, Rich, for your presentation, and your grants manager will be in touch with you soon.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, everyone.
Thank you. All right. So going next on our list, again, Department of Fish and Wildlife, Region 6 boating access restroom replacement. I think we have Jesse on the line for this presentation. Jesse, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon.
Wonderful. I can see you and hear you. Perfect. Can you see your PowerPoint on the screen?
I can.
Great. So I'll go ahead and turn off my video, and then I will hand over controls to you.
Actually, if you don't mind, I was going to just read off a paper. If I can just politely ask you to switch pages when it comes time. Does that work?
Sure. Yeah, as long as you just say next when you want me to change the slide, I can do that for you.
Will do. Perfect.
Okay. Just give me 1 second and I will set the timer for the 12 minutes so you can get started anytime.
Okay, well, good afternoon. My name is Jesse Reeves. I'm the Region 6 Water Access Manager for WDFW, and I'm the sponsor for the Region 6 Boating Access Restroom Replacement. Next. I'll introduce our project here. The scope of this project is to replace 4 fiberglass toilets at 4 popular Pierce County lakes, all located at DFW water access sites, Crescent, Harts, Rapjohn, and Tamwax lakes. These access sites are all very popular, but equally in need of updated restroom facilities that will meet the requirements of the Americans with Disabilities Act. In addition to the restrooms, we'd like to add a paved ADA parking stall adjacent to each restroom. This project is very similar to another DFW-sponsored project, BFP 182422, that has been funded and now completed at 5 DFW sites. All were very successful and now are being utilized. Next. Here's the collective maps of all of the potential areas of effect. Next. And here's our regional map. These 4 lakes, or these 4 access sites, are all within Pierce County. Crescent Lake, located near Gig Harbor, is 17 miles from Tacoma and 5-minute drive off of Highway 16. Harts, Rapjohn, and Tamwax, coincidentally, are all 20 to 22 miles south of Tacoma, each taking roughly 35-minute drive. Harts is also a 35-minute drive from Olympia. Rapjohn, Tamwax, and Crescent are all approximately 50-minute drives from Olympia. As seen on the map, all 4 have state highways very close, which make all 4 of them easy to commute to and fro, which directly contributes to them having a very high volume of visitors. Each of these lakes are very popular destinations for trout and warm water fishing. Rap John also has waterfowl hunting as a destination with DFW blinds on the lake, which is very unique for a water access site in this region. Next. Here I'll begin to address the need. These sites are all very popular and receive high use. The primary recreation opportunity provided by this project will result in improved sanitation facilities for recreational boaters, anglers, and hunters. All these sites have fiberglass restrooms that are in poor condition and no longer meet ADA compliance. Some have rotten floors, broken seats, stained urinals, degraded fiberglass, broken or missing door latches, and other parts. Next. These outdated models only have a 24-inch door opening and does not accommodate very many users and certainly doesn't meet ADA criteria. These older structures become unsafe as the decades of Northwest weather have diminished their integrity. Years of photo degradation have resulted in leaking roofs and weakened fiberglass floors. Next. Damages also caused by vandalism has degraded the restrooms cosmetically and creates extra costs for maintenance and repair. Next. Site suitability. All four of these sites have the same style fiberglass restrooms. Built and installed over 40 years ago, they were installed on flat level ground and have more than adequate space for a new style restroom. They'll also incorporate new vaults, ADA parking. These existing sites have adequate parking for not only the new restroom, but a new ADA compliant parking stall. The replacement of these dilapidated restrooms would be a necessary step to assure a complete quality boating experience. Next. Project design. All four of these will have the same project design. We'll be removing and replacing the existing restrooms with one single vault CXT style restroom. All restrooms will be placed in their current footprint of the existing structures. Ground disturbance will be minimal and very little of a carbon footprint would be made or left due to CXT restrooms being prefabricated and essentially will be just gently lowered into place once the vaults are installed. Next. Here's the proposed layout for all four sites. These designs include the ADA parking stalls constructed adjacent to the entrance of each site. These parking stalls will significantly contribute to the ease and use and will be designated for those with disabilities only. Next. Shown here is a recent restroom replacement on the Olympic Peninsula. This is the same style Gunnison restroom we would like to put in service at all four of these locations. Next. Sustainability. Many of these restrooms have been in service for over 40 years and have long exceeded their working lifespan. Due to decades of trash, many of these toilet vaults are more than half full of garbage, which lowers their holding capacity and doubles pumping costs. These current structures would be replaced with CXT single vault restrooms. The new toilets would be ADA compliant, have new vaults, including sweet smell technology, and are very maintenance friendly. CXT toilets are locally built and use several environmentally friendly materials. The replacement restrooms will be placed in the existing footprint of the current facilities and including minimizing the ground disturbance. In addition, the adjacent area to the restrooms will be regraded and paved with an asphalt at each site, which is already flat level ground. So this is very minimal and not very intrusive work. Next. Cost benefit. This here is a map of the economic impact area for Rapjohn Lake. This site received over 29,000 visitors in 2021. Data from the other 3 sites together was over 100,000 site visits in 21. Revenue from boating fuels, boats, and trailer licensing and fishing licenses all directly impact the state income, while other supplies, tackle, food, ice, services for vehicles, and so on, all add to the local businesses and economy. All 4 of these respective communities have commerce directly tied to these sites. The number of these sites alone reflects the cost benefit, number of visitors to these sites, and should easily justify funding for these much needed improvements. If only 1% of the visitors use these facilities, that's over 1,300 restroom trips. Can you imagine the restrooms picture getting over 1,000 uses? It's kind of amazing. This project hasn't been requested sooner. Next. As stated in the previous slide, benefits from this project will continue to grow and contribute to the economy, provide necessary public services, and help the environment, and will dramatically improve all 4 of these sites cosmetically, along with giving ease of use and accommodating the underserved communities. Next. Boats on trailers. All these sites primarily serve motorized boats. Although not major redevelopments, everyone has an appreciation for new restrooms. This has been mentioned to DFW staff many times since the completion of our previous project, BFP 182422. Many users have expressed their appreciation and gratitude for the new facilities at those 5 sites. Next. The boating experience will be improved with new CXT style restrooms. As shown, the restrooms have exceeded their lifespan and do not meet ADA compliance. These new restrooms would be more functional and accessible for all user groups. Next. How is the boating experience improved? I find this question easily answered is, can you picture yourself getting on or off the water and needing to use the restroom? You could choose the one on the left and be potentially traumatized, or we could do our business on the right and just continue enjoying our day, forgetting we ever used the restroom. It's 2023, and I kind of believe that now the left side should no longer be an option at any of our DFW access sites. Providing clean, safe, and easy to use ADA compliant restrooms are a necessity to our recreational users. This is an obligation of our agency and a public health priority to our sites. The addition of these restrooms will help protect the water quality of the lake themselves. Next. This project is ready to start once funded. DFW staff have many years of experience with these projects and place RCO funded projects amongst the highest priority projects. This project would have an estimated completion date in the fall of 2025. I thank you for your time and consideration of this presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Jesse. Any questions from the reviewers? Yes, we have a couple coming in. Lowell, you raised your hand first.
Oh, great. Hi, Jesse.
Oh,
this definitely looks like a project I'd like to fund. But I do have a question. A couple of your slides had single stall CXTs, and then another one had double stall CXT. And so I'm wondering, and then some of the locations have 2 fiberglass toilets. And so I'm wondering, are you going to replace if it with the same number, or are you going to replace them with two? I mean, it just seems like there, it wouldn't take up too much extra space to put another one in there, but I'm just curious, kind of what that answer to that is.
Well, the initial plan was just to replace them just with single restrooms as based on pumping, needs and regularity, and based on the fact that if having one new restroom at any one of those sites, because it's actually only one of those sites that has two of them functional any longer. So that being said, having one new CXT greatly out benefits having two of those remaining in function. And because there were limitations on the dollar amount originally for this project, even with the limitations that now have been, the limits have been raised, we wanted to, stay within the means of what we think we could have approved. And that was kind of the priority, is doing whatever we could to have this project approved and move forward as soon as possible. So I think with the usage, having a second restroom would be nice for those, but in a lot of cases, it's not a necessity. Although high volume, we don't necessarily have to have a men's and women's side any longer in those cases. So,
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you.
Okay, Linda.
Hi.
Hello.
I had a question about your numbers. You quoted 29,000 people at RapJohn. How are you getting these numbers?
we have traffic counting equipment that we place at these sites and actually count vehicles going in. And there is a program that they guesstimate how many vehicles or how many persons could be in each vehicle. But we know, and of course it's divided by two when the vehicle leaves. So they're actually counted by vehicles in and vehicles out. And in some cases, it could be 1.5 persons per vehicle, but those are actually vehicle numbers that come in and out. So the number could actually be quite a bit higher as far as persons. So we go with the lower number.
So that would work out to about 80 people at every single day of the year.
Is that right? That's not
Yeah.
surprising for how much, a lot of people just go down and turn around.
Oh, okay. I was just curious. They seem really high. But yeah, this project definitely needs to be funded. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions from the evaluators? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you so much, Jesse. Very persuasive visuals, I would say.
Thank you.
Ashley will be in touch with you soon when we have the results from this evaluation.
Will
Thank
do.
you so much. Okay, reviewers, we are now at our next break. And again, we're a few minutes ahead. So let's come back in 10 minutes, which would put us at 14 after. Hi there, Don.
Hi.
So you will be presenting today for Lake Pleasant dock renovation.
Yes.
Great. So our reviewers are, I'm just getting back from a break. So we'll give them one moment. We'll start at 3:15. And Don, what I'll do is I will turn off my camera and then I'll pass controls over to you. Then you'll be able to click on the screen and you'll be able to move the slides forward and back once I do that. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. All right, so just give me 1 second here, Dawn. All right, you should have a request to control your screen. So if you click and just make sure that you're able to move your slides.
Okay.
All right, and I'll start the timer whenever you start speaking. So whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the Clallam County Parks, Fair and Facilities Department, I appreciate the opportunity to make this short presentation on our grant application. We are specifically trying to renovate and repair, more appropriately speaking, the Lake Pleasant dock renovation. Lake Pleasant County Park, also known as Lake Pleasant Community Beach, is located on the west end of Clallam County. And for some reason, it's not letting me switch. There we go. Okay. As you can see in this map here, Beaver is on, it's an unincorporated town on Highway 101. And it's just a few minutes from Forks. The park has existed since the 80s, and with a substantial RCO grant funding in the early 90s, we were able to install the boat launch and the piers. Here. The park, to which the dock is part of, provides all the amenities required to launch and recover motorized watercraft, boat trailers, vehicle parking, launching, recovery, positioning space. If you look at these two maps, you can see that it's right off 101. It's a straight shot. On the right-hand side, you can see a more close-up view of the park itself, and the area in question with the two piers and the boat launch. Again, this is another picture, and this is as a Google Earth picture. This is prior to the 2021 storm. So the picture here is a picture of the boat launch right now, or prior to the storm. So both launches, or both piers, have 3 pilings, and this shows the pilings to the left. This dock here still remains, but those pilings that are shown are all severely damaged, and we're holding them together with love and duct tape. This was the storm. We had water increase. So and I apologize, it was November of 2020. The storm caused about 5 to 6 foot of over the flood banks of the over the banks of the lake, all the way out to the road. So the entire park was underwater. This is what the aftermath look about 2 weeks after the fact. This is the pier on the right side. The two pilings that you can see are both cracked, and the piling that was supposed to be at the end of that pier was completely broken off and was we'd already found it on the shoreline. This is what it looks like today on the right-hand pier. We had to remove the pier itself. These are the pilings that are remaining. And so right now we cannot, the people that come to our park cannot use that particular pier. So they have to, it does not allow right now for single person launch and recovery because there's only the one pier, and so it's really clogged things up, and we have substantial we've had substantial comment by the public and concern about getting this fixed. Just another picture of what the right hand side looks like with the boat launch right there in front of it. And then over here on the left hand side is the ramp going down to the left side pier. This is what the left hand side looks like right now. And I'll show you a couple of additional pictures here. These are, as I stated earlier, on the left hand pier, those pilings are cracked, and we put in extra anchor bolts to hold them together because the public just won't tolerate not having this this amenity available to them. This is the only public access to Lake Pleasant, and so we get considerable amount of boat traffic on the lake. So this is the picture of the left-hand dock, and so the goal here is to replace all the pilings with stainless steel pilings, refloat the dock that's been removed, make some adjustments to both of them so that we can return this facility to the public. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Don. I'll go ahead and take control back of the screen, and it looks like we have Linda has a question.
I'm just wondering if the gangway is still usable. You're
Yes,
planning to put that back in?
Yes, everything except the pilings is still usable. We got very lucky that way. It could have been much worse.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from committee members? Right, I see Chris popped up for a second. I don't know, Chris, did you have a question?
Sure, yeah, I'll pop in. I'm just curious where you're at in the permit and readiness portion of the project. I mean, so, and exactly what the scope of work is. You're replacing the pilings clearly. Are the floats getting replaced? Or do you
Nothing, it's just the pilings. That's
Just
the
the
only,
pilings.
the 6 pilings that are getting replaced. And then we'll refloat the 2 docks and, do some testing. But yeah, that's it, replacing the pilings with stainless steel pilings. You asked about permitting. We have started that process. As I understand it, we can proceed with the engineering and architecture and cultural analysis phase of the project utilizing our match funds. And so we have started that. We just got our request for qualifications documents opened up today. So we'll be making formal decisions on that to get the permit process moving ahead. We've already had conversations with the individual that most likely be doing the work and including the permit process.
Thank you.
Lowell.
Yeah, hi, Lowell Dixon, Department of Natural Resources. I was wondering in the kind of when you install the new piles, if there's going to be anything that's going to be different about the design of those so that it can withstand that 5 or 6 foot flood in the future.
The reason that that did not withstand it was because the pilings were rotted.
Oh, okay.
And so we aren't changing a thing. We're gonna pull them out by one of two different methods, and then we're going straight back in with the metal pilings.
Yeah, those should last a while.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Don? Okay, I don't see any other questions. Thank you so much, Don. And your grants manager, Andrea, will be in touch with you soon once we have some results for you.
All righty. Thank you very much again for the time.
Thank you. All right, and we are down to our final presentation of the day, Port of Port Townsend. Looks like we have a couple people on the call from Port Townsend. So Matt, will you be taking the lead on the presentation?
I will be running the presentation and Eric will be doing the speaking component of it.
Great, so I will give the controls to you, Matt.
Thank you.
So first I will, and can you see your PowerPoint on the screen all right? I'll stop my video and then I'll go ahead and give you remote control. So you should be able to click on the screen and move your slides. Just make sure you're able to do that. Does that work for you, Matt? Oh.
No.
Looks like you're moving the mouse. So if you click on the screen, that should allow you to use your keyboard. Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Looks like it's working.
Great.
And then is Eric on? I'm not seeing him.
I do not see Eric either. Let's see.
There's Taze. Yes, Eric Taze with us.
No, he's not here. We are a little ahead of schedule. Let's see.
Yeah.
This was originally, let's see, yeah, we're about 20 or so minutes ahead of schedule.
Yeah, I was able to jump in. Eric is poking his head in my office.
Okay, great. If he's available to go now. Can he join us now?
Yeah, he's going to go back to his office and give it a second shot.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
One moment.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. We'll just take a minute here. Okay, so it does look like Eric has joined the meeting. So we'll just make sure that he gets all set up and is settled before we get you started. All right. Well, thank you so much for your flexibility in getting ahead of this schedule. So we'll just go ahead and start the timer whenever you're ready to get going. Feel free to get started.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I'm Eric Taves, the Deputy Director of the Port of Port Townsend, and with me this afternoon is Matt Klontz, the Port's Director of Capital Projects and Port Engineer. We're really excited to present this important project to you today. The goal of the Herbeck Marina Boat Launch Project is to replace an existing degraded and potentially unsafe single-lane ramp with a new ramp and ADA-compliant access wedge and handling float. The project will also provide ADA-accessible restroom and parking facilities and landscape improvements. Port Match is ready, and with your help, we will efficiently advance this project. Our current cost estimate for the project is $2.136 million, with $1.136 million in Port Match and $1 million in requested funding assistance. This includes engineering, permitting, and construction. The Herbeck Marina launch ramp is located on the west side of Hood Canal on the Olympic Peninsula, about 1.5 miles east of US Highway 101. Quilcene is about 25 miles south of Port Townsend and 13 miles north of Brennan. It's a great location for boaters on both sides of the Hood Canal Bridge to access this beautiful area and its popular seasonal shrimping and fishing grounds. This is the only public boat launch on Quilcene Bay, which is an arm of Dabob Bay. The nearest comparable facility is at Pleasant Harbor, which is about 16 miles to the south. The current ramp was constructed in the 1960s. It's narrow, steep, deteriorated, and hard to use by most trailer boaters. As this picture shows, its poor condition must be addressed near term. Additionally, while the associated restrooms are clean, they're more than 50 years old now, and they're worn and inaccessible for persons with disabilities. Replacing the present ramp and upgrading the restrooms and parking with ADA-compliant facilities will, for the first time, provide people with disabilities safe access to the waters of Quilcene Bay. By the way, that's one of the world's largest oyster hatcheries in the background on this slide, which is operated by Pacific Seafoods, a port tenant. Ramp replacement will provide a much needed and very welcome recreational opportunity for residents in this rural distressed area of Washington State. It will also help us implement our comprehensive scheme of harbor improvements, which identifies this project as a near-term capital priority. The project is strongly supported throughout Jefferson County by private and public sector organizations, including the tribes, Pacific Seafoods, and the general public. This support is a direct byproduct of an extensive public engagement effort undertaken by the port over the last 2 years. South County residents clearly cherish this facility and want it to be restored and maintained for future generations. The condition of the current ramp limits public access, as this photo graphically depicts. If you're using this ramp, you really want to get on the water. The increasingly hazardous nature of the current ramp must be addressed near term. We are committed to ensuring that this site continues to serve the recreational boating public for decades to come. Portions of this property have been owned by the port since the 1920s, and the site itself has been used to access the bay for nearly a century. This long period of sustained use demonstrates the site's suitability. The port owns nearly 58 acres of property at this location, including a small marina, adjoining uplands, beach areas, and tidelands. The area to be improved by this project is flat and well suited to continued future use as a boat launch with associated parking and restrooms. This boat launch is well situated to gain access to the productive shrimping and fishing locations of Hood Canal and the strikingly beautiful waters of Quilcene and Dabob Bays. As this slide shows, Marine Area 12 is very popular for shrimping, fishing, shellfish beaches, and wildlife viewing. This launch location provides a vital avenue to amazing on-the-water experiences for the boating public. The project is in a preliminary phase. Initial designs are complete, but considerable work remains. With funding, we will proceed with engineering and permitting. We plan to bid the project in the spring of 2025, with construction occurring in the 25-26 in-water work window. Notably, the design of the new facility will allow a portion of existing dock space to the north to be used for several transient recreational moorage slips, rather than being used as a makeshift handling float as it is today. Also, the retaining wall abutting the ramp to the south will be replaced and is reflected in our cost estimates. The design will meet recreational boating needs for the future. It will replace and improve a degraded facility in a way that minimizes environmental impacts and provides a durable, low-maintenance facility. The addition of a 6-foot by 28-foot long access wedge and a 6-foot by 128-foot long handling float will vastly improve vessel launching and retrieval and enable access for persons with disabilities. It will also upgrade existing parking, restrooms, and overall site aesthetics. It bears repeating that the proposed new ramp, access wedge, and handling float will fully comply with the ADA, as will the restroom and parking improvements. The project will expand recreational boating opportunities for all. Importantly, this project is part of a larger port effort to improve this facility. In the near term, we are also proceeding with maintenance dredging, dock renovations, and a small dry site RV campground, as well as a Portland Loo and outdoor shower for beach users. Application 2095 relates only to the boat launch, restroom, parking, and landscape improvements, not to these subsequent phases. But please make no mistake, RCO funding is critical to implement this overall plan of facility improvements. Project 2095 doesn't involve any dredging, although a maintenance dredge of the entrance channel could occur at the same time. All demolition and construction activities will be land-based, and the graded handling float will reduce shade impacts to nearshore habitat. We also expect that a habitat mitigation plan will be developed as part of the permitting process. The project will serve an underserved population in an economically distressed area of the state and promote opportunities for physical activity, social and cultural connections, and education. As noted, the facility will be durable in design and materials, maximizing the lifespan of improvements and reducing maintenance costs. It will also provide a shot in the arm to the local economy by attracting recreational boaters who will purchase goods and services offered in the Quilcene area. The benefits of this project are clear and unambiguous. It will replace a functionally constrained ramp with a safe ADA-compliant facility. It will maintain and improve a key point of public recreational boating access to Dabob Bay and North Hood Canal. This will be done largely within the footprint of the existing facility. Some of the past impacts to the surrounding area may also be mitigated by nourishing a beach north of the marina that is rocky due to disrupted shoreline processes. Again, the handling float will be graded to reduce shading impacts. In sum, the project is likely to increase facility use, tourism, property values in the area, and in turn, tax revenues to local government. The central focus of the project is to serve recreational trailer boaters. It will provide more opportunities for people, especially individuals of limited means in this rural distressed area, to get out onto the water and enjoy themselves. As for the boating experience, the project facilitates better access to Quilcene and Dabob Bays and the Hood Canal. This area has been used by boaters since time immemorial, first by the Salish peoples of the area, and then, beginning in the late 18th century, by the first Europeans. Today, Dabob Bay continues to be a popular destination for boaters, and this launch facility annually plays host to very busy shrimp and seasonal fish openers. Port data indicate that this ramp was used more than 1,000 times last year, despite its dire condition. The most recent Washington Boater Needs Assessment prepared for RCO shows that Hood Canal was one of the top 10 water bodies accessed by in-state boaters. With a new ramp and supporting facilities, the boating experience will be substantially improved, and more visitors from throughout the region will be attracted to this beautiful corner of our state. The Tawana Band of the Quilcene people, one of the 9 Coast Salish peoples of Puget Sound, made this area home and used it for potlatch feasts since time out of mind, with the first peoples undoubtedly arriving and departing by water. In the 18th century, Captain George Vancouver christened Hood's Channel on navigation charts in May of 1792. Put simply, these beautiful inland waters form part of the fabric of Northwest history and culture, as well as our county's maritime tradition. With a new ramp and upland improvements, we expect future generations to be able to experience and enjoy this rare pearl of the peninsula. Our preliminary designs are complete and port matching funds have been identified and confirmed. With your support, we will complete design and engineering next year, initiate permitting as soon as possible, hopefully submitting applications by the early fall of this year, and then seek to bid the project in the late winter or early spring of 2025, with construction occurring in the 2025-26 in-water work window. Thank you so much for your time and attention. We very much look forward to working together with you on this important project.
Thank you so much, Eric and Matt. Let's see, are there any questions from the committee members? All right, Linda.
Hi, I had a question. Your November presentation didn't include your retaining wall. And now that it's in the plan, has it been considered to cut into the hillside to make the area wider?
Would you like to
Or are
take?
you replacing it right where it is now?
I think the intent is to replace it where it is now, but I'm going to let the port's engineer speak with greater authority.
That is certainly what's shown in the concept drawing that was presented this afternoon. But there is an opportunity there to potentially adjust it and cut into the hillside and maybe potentially slide that handling float over to gain a few more feet. But that's something that we would probably, we'll have to look at during design development. So.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, hello there. On the parking area, it seems like some of those improvements to both the parking area and the restroom will help or definitely be improvements for folks that have longer term moorage there. So I'm wondering if you had considered prorating any of those costs of the parking lot or the restroom.
We haven't really contemplated that to date. I will tell you that there's a lot of parking at this facility that is sort of carnival style at the moment, if you will, including parking that is outside the scope of our project here, located on the north side of the marina, outside of the area that we have proposed to improve. So I mean, we haven't contemplated prorating it, and what we I think would probably wish to do is to identify a designated area for permanent moorage customers to park their vehicles that would be outside the scope of this project.
Okay, yeah, when I saw the graphic, it had the entire parking area was shaded in gray and kind of went all the way up along there. So I was just curious about that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to be clear, if I could, if you look at, I think it would be slide 19 of our presentation, what you'll see is that there is an area immediately north that's outside the yellow shading that could is often used for parking because there's a gangway to access the docks there to the north that could be reserved for permanent moorage customers.
I see. All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions? See, Linda's hand is still up. I don't know if you have another question.
I do. Lowell brought up the prorating. What about the restroom?
Well, again, it's a fair point. There is an awful lot of just general public use of this facility. There is certainly considerable use by ramp users themselves, some use by permanent moorage customers, and then obviously just the general public that comes to enjoy this facility, including the beach access area that's located here. We have not contemplated proration of those restroom costs in our application, nor have we discussed it really in any length in-house to date.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from any of the committee members? Okay, well, thank you so much, Eric and Matt, for your time. Your grants manager, Andrea, will be in touch with you once we have some of the results. So thank you so much.
Right. Thank you. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so that concludes day one of the boating facilities program reviews. So if the reviewers could stay on the line, we will go ahead and stop the live stream. So thank you for everyone for joining us today. We will be back tomorrow for day two of